This is breaking news from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, sponsored by Michael Gaughan's South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Renee Summerhour with the Las Vegas Review-Journal. We are going to take you live now to a fact-finding review of the death of Jorge Gomez, who was shot and killed by 4 Las Vegas Metro police officers in June. Now, just a little backstory. Gomez was killed outside the Lloyd George U.S. Courthouse during the 3rd night of demonstrations in Las Vegas against racism and police brutality. Those protests followed the death of George Floyd in police custody in Minneapolis. This is video now that you're seeing that has been released of what we know so far. Here's a look now outside of the Clark County Government Center, if we do have it. Right now you're looking at footage that we have going on right now, but this is what it looks like outside of the Government Center now. Protests and family members are expected to gather during this fact-finding review process and afterwards, and we may be also expecting a press conference. Now, the hearing has started. We are waiting now to get a listen. Let's go ahead and do that.
On forms located in the back of this room and presented to one of the officers. I will ask the questions unless I determine that the question is either irrelevant, redundant, or an abuse of the review process. At the conclusion of this hearing, there is no formal determination regarding the manner or cause of death. Do either parties have anything to add?
No, sir.
No. If not, Mr. Giacomo Palau, please call your witness.
Detective, please state your name.
My name is Detective Jason Levitt.
How long have you been employed?
I've been employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for almost 24 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned as a detective assigned to our Force Investigation Team, or FIT as it's known.
And how long have you been with FIT?
I've been with FIT for just over 4 years.
Were you the lead detective assigned to the investigation into the death of Jorge Gomez on June 1st of 2020?
I was.
And are you here to present essentially a PowerPoint and explain the factual scenario underlying that event?
I am.
I'd like to start with sort of an overview of where this event occurred.
Certainly. The overview of the scene, the area which we'll be talking about, reference the officer-involved shooting, took place at 333 Las Vegas Boulevard South. As you can see on the map that's been provided, that's on the screens in the room, that's Las Vegas Boulevard. It's just south of Bridger Avenue, basically in front of the federal courthouse. Just to the south of that arrow that's indicated there on the map is the steps leading up to the entryway to the federal courthouse.
And at approximately what time did the event occur?
This event occurred in the evening around midnight. This would actually be a overhead view taken from a drone. What you can see there, it's very dark in this area in question. The circle would indicate the area in which the shooting actually takes place on the east sidewalk of Las Vegas Boulevard, just north of the federal courthouse.
Let's talk about the subject officers and their weapons.
Certainly, our first officer is Officer Ferguson. At the time of the officer-involved shooting, he had been with Metro for approximately 13 years. At the time of this, he was assigned to our Firearms Training and Tactics Unit. He was actually assigned to LVMPD's fire range. At the time of the incident, he did provide a walkthrough. A walkthrough is basically, it's not an audio or video recorded statement. It is conducted with his attorney after the incident. It's really a way of helping detectives to identify locations and possible evidence for the investigation. Because of his assignment to the Firearms and Training and Tactics Unit, he is not a uniformed officer on a day-to-day basis. His team had been placed in uniform because of the protests and the civil unrest that was occurring. But since he is not a daily uniformed officer, he was not assigned a body-worn camera and was not wearing a body-worn camera during this incident. His weapon was a Glock 34 MOS. It's a 9mm, and during the course of our investigation, it was revealed that he fired 3 rounds. Our second officer is Officer Emerton. He too had been with LVMPD for approximately 13 years. He also was assigned to the Firearms Training and Tactics Unit. He provided a walkthrough but did not provide a statement to FIT. He also was not a uniformed officer on a day-to-day basis and was not wearing a body-worn camera. His weapon was an NFA G15, that's a .223 caliber rifle. Investigation revealed that 4 rounds were fired. Our third officer is Officer Loker. At the time of the officer-involved shooting, he had 25 years of service with the LVMPD. He was assigned to the Firearms Training and Tactics Unit. He also provided a walkthrough. He did not provide a statement to the Force Investigation Team, and he also was not wearing a body-worn camera. His weapon was a Colt AR-15. That's a .223 caliber weapon. Investigation revealed that he fired 5 rounds. We have Sergeant Fryman. He as well has 13 years of service with the LVMPD. He was assigned to our Firearms Training and Tactics Unit. He provided a walkthrough but did not provide a statement, and he also was not wearing a body-worn camera. His weapon was a Glock 17 MOS. This is a 9mm. Investigation revealed that he fired 7 rounds.
Let's discuss Mr. Gomez.
Our decedent in the officer-involved shooting was Jorge Gomez. At the time of his death, he was 25 years old. He was currently residing in Las Vegas with his father. Applicable charges, had Mr. Gomez survived that night, he would have been charged with assault with a deadly weapon on a protected person, 4 counts, CCW, or carry a concealed weapon, as well as possession of a short-barreled rifle. His first weapon was a Glock 23. The Glock 23 is a handgun. However, this had been placed inside of a pistol carbine conversion, which is a Roni. The Glock was a .40 caliber. At the time it was collected, the chamber of the weapon was empty. It did have a full magazine, and the trigger on the firearm was in a lockback position.
What does the lockback position indicate?
Lockback position on the Glock would be indicative, but basically the trigger, if the trigger is pulled on an empty chamber, the trigger stays in the lockback position. That trigger is not released until the chamber or the slide is operated, which would essentially place a round in the chamber.
So in this case, the chamber was empty, so if you pulled that trigger, it would remain pulled back in that pullback position.
That is correct. This is a picture taken from the manufacturer's website for the Roni. What you see there is, again, it's easiest to be explained, I guess, as an exoskeleton. The lighter grayed out portion of the grip of the handgun can be seen there in this photograph. That's where the handgun actually slides into this exoskeleton, essentially converting it or turning it into a rifle, so it would be carried and operated as a rifle. From the manufacturer with this exoskeleton, you see there at the bottom of that picture is a 16-inch barrel. This is provided with that exoskeleton. Prior to placing your gun or the Glock into the Roni, you would take off the slide. You would take the standard 4-inch barrel from the Glock, slide the 16-inch barrel into the Glock, and then place that inside of this exoskeleton so that you are now carrying a rifle. Without that 16-inch barrel, this is classified as a short barrel rifle, and at the time this was collected as evidence, the standard Glock 4-inch barrel was still inside of that weapon, which under NRS 202.275 would be possession of a short barrel rifle, which would have been a felony.
You had other weapons?
His second weapon was a Glock 19. It's a 9mm. That's a tactical light that's on the front of it there. At the time it was collected as evidence, the chamber was empty and it had a full 15-round magazine. And the third weapon that he had in his possession was a Glock 17 9mm. You can see it's the picture is taken over a bag or a satchel. This was the bag that Mr. Gomez was carrying on him that night. The weapon was removed from that bag. It did have a full magazine of 17 rounds. It also had a round in the chamber at the time that it was collected. Under NRS 202.350, he would have been charged with carrying a concealed weapon for that Glock.
What about the autopsy?
An autopsy was conducted on June 3rd by Dr. Corneal. The cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death was ruled a homicide. A toxicology was also performed as a manner of autopsy. At the time of the autopsy, Mr. Gomez did have THC in his system.
Now, this incident occurred around the time period of protests at the end of May, beginning of June. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we have some representative samples of what officers were seeing out on the street during those evenings.
We do. So protests were occurring in the Las Vegas Valley at this time. We were seeing protests around the country as a whole after the death of George Floyd, which happened during police custody. And those protests also were occurring here in Las Vegas. Uniformed officers have been assigned and diverted to go work these protests, as well as non-uniformed officers. There were so many protests occurring, and the protests, which were initially peaceful protests, were starting to become more violent. Several of them had been actually dispersed and ruled as unlawful assemblies. Therefore, more officers that typically are not in uniform were placed in uniform to go assist and help maintain safety. A couple of nights before the protest, just to give a sampling of some of the things the officers were seeing or dealing with. This was just south of the area that the officer-involved shooting had taken place at on Las Vegas Boulevard. This was May 30th. This is a video taken from social media just to show some of the incidents that were occurring during the protests. This is actually, again, a couple of nights prior to the officer-involved shooting. This would be the area of Fremont Street and Las Vegas Boulevard. We will be showing this same area later in the presentation, as Mr. Gomez had been protesting in this location, and we have video footage of that. As you see here, the crowd is on the bottom side of our screen. There's officers that have formed what is referred to as a skirmish line on the north side, and you can see items being thrown throughout the crowd and at officers as well. Some of the items include water bottles, both frozen and in liquid form, rocks, bottles, things of that nature. It was because of incidents like this that several of the protests had been declared unlawful assemblies and dispersal orders had been given. On May 29th, which is again a few nights prior to the officer-involved shooting, Mr. Gomez was observed at some of these protests. These are screenshots taken from cameras that had been placed on Las Vegas Boulevard that were to watch the crowds and the protests that were happening. As you can see there in the photographs, Mr. Gomez was wearing outfits similar to the one that he was wearing the night of the officer-involved shooting, to include the black tactical vest. He had a bag or a satchel strapped around his waist. He was carrying a rifle slung over his right arm, as well as a handgun that was on a holster on his hip. You can see here in the photograph, he did pass LVMPD uniformed officers during this time on Las Vegas Boulevard. No officers ever stopped Mr. Gomez, made contact with him, or had any interactions with him at this time.
Move on to June 1st.
Yeah, moving up to June 1st, the night of the officer-involved shooting. Again, this is part of the protests that have been occurring. This is on Las Vegas Boulevard. This is south again of the location in question, but this is to give an indication of what some of the crowds that night were like and what law enforcement was dealing with prior to the officer-involved shooting. This is on Las Vegas Boulevard, closer to the area just south of Oki, north of Sahara. Protesters at this time had taken the signs and the cones that were in the median of the street, moved them into the street, blocking traffic southbound on Las Vegas Boulevard. As the crowd begins to move south, the camera pans to the right or to the east and shows protesters that were trying to destroy property and break into businesses. Some of what you'll also see protesters carrying weapons and throwing metal construction signs.
And that business, is that a pawn shop?
It is.
as part of your investigation, did you do an investigation into communications Mr. Gomez may have had with other people around this time period?
We did. So what we have here are some of the text messaging as well as social media posts made by Mr. Gomez. The first is a text conversation from his cell phone. Some of these items, as I go through these screens, will have black boxes. That's to protect personally identifiable information of other parties that were in communication with Mr. Gomez. This text message was from his father to Jorge Gomez. This was a couple nights prior to the officer-involved shooting. Prior to this actual piece that I'm showing, there was a conversation between Mr. Gomez and his father. Jorge was upset with his father, claimed that his father was a racist and had raised him in a racist environment. His father tells Mr. Gomez that I don't agree with the way you're approaching this in respect to the protest. That doesn't mean I'm a racist. I don't love you or I don't care. I agree with the whole protest and the government needs to be held accountable, but not with violence. Sorry, I respect your opinion and views. I hope you can respect my opinion. It's just different. There's a social media post from Facebook where Mr. Gomez is replying to
Let me stop you for a second, Detective.
Yes.
Because this is being recorded and being sent out, we're hearing a lot of conversation that's going up there. I understand if you'd like to discuss things, I'd ask you to please step out in the hallway, but otherwise we're getting cross discussions, and so I'm concerned that the public is not able to hear the testimony. So if you'd be kind enough to do that. I realize at times that this will bring up emotion, but it's just for the ability for everybody to hear each other. So I appreciate your courtesy. Excuse me, this is a hearing being conducted. There will be Mr. Giacomo, Mr. Palal, Mr. Tomczak. There's also a portion of this under the ordinance where questions can be given to Mr. Tomczak, given to myself, and can be asked, but we can't have cross discussions. It's just not how it works. I appreciate your courtesy.
Thank you, Detective. There was some social media posts involving Mr. Gomez.
Absolutely. This is a post on social media from Mr. Gomez in which he is commenting on another post. He says, "You see me out in my bulletproof vest with my assault rifle and shoddy." He's telling them to mind their business, stay inside. He then goes on and makes another comment where he states, "You have no life experience. We're strapped. I've been protesting. I know what we have. I know there's thousands of armed citizens that can end all of these cops, and let it be known we will." There's a instant messaging conversation had with a family member in which they're talking about the protests. As they're discussing the protests, he's encouraging the family member to go out into protest or to come out with him or come here to Las Vegas and protest with him.
So is he the one that's in blue in this?
He is in blue. His screen name or username on the instant messaging is Iron Chef Big Nutsack. As he's having this conversation with the family member, he tells them to bring their body armor, that if they don't have body armor, that he will let them use some of his. Another social media post, this is May 31st, the day before the officer-involved shooting. He's describing or telling some of the social media people that he walked up to a wall of cops with 3 guns on him, that they did nothing violent to him because they knew he could defend himself. He's encouraging others to stay strapped out in these protests or be armed. They will not keep getting away with inciting violence against peaceful protests. Leading up to the day of the officer-involved shooting, Mr. Gomez replied to a comment that said, "Sit back and watch a revolution. I'm going to be out in the streets later today because I've been personally affected by this. You go ahead and sit back and tell people how to act. You have no respect for the complacent." And he tells them to shut up. Another instant messaging conversation he has Again, he's in the, Mr. Gomez would be in the blue. This conversation is going back and forth. They're complaining about former President Trump. He then goes on to explain that he's encouraging the person to go out and protest with him. He's telling them, I'm assuming, to leave a child. He says, if you ever feel passionate enough, leave a person with your mom and come fight the good fight, but start getting in shape. The person asks why they would need to be in shape, and he says, running with an assault rifle is hard work. If you're tired, you can't shoot as efficiently. Another social media post made the day of the officer-involved shooting. He said, this MF really doesn't understand that peacefully protesting gets you killed. Violent protests get you change. Think Boston Tea Party, think women's suffrage, think LGBTQ rights. If you're not willing to put your life on the line for change, you're never going to get any. It's a test of convictions to get any rights from the oppressor when it comes down to it. He then makes another social media post the day of the officer-involved shooting, stating, be ready for war, do not cower in the face of revolution.
So like kind of discuss sort of the timeline of events kind of broadly, and then we'll go into specifics, okay?
The timeline of events has been created based on body-worn camera surveillance video that was available, as well as LVMPD's computer-aided dispatch. At approximately 10:50 p.m., Gomez was seen on North Las Vegas Police Department's body-worn camera at Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street. At 10:55 p.m., North Las Vegas ordered protesters to clear the roadway and move south on Las Vegas Boulevard, and they had actually given dispersal orders to the crowd. At 11 p.m., pepper balls were deployed, which moved the crowd south on Las Vegas Boulevard. At 11:02 p.m., Gomez was observed on body-worn camera as he emerged from behind a power box on Fremont Street. And at 11:06, an LVMPD sergeant instructed officers to, quote, grab the gun guy, end quote, referring to Gomez if they got an opportunity. At 11:19 p.m., a broadcast went down over LVMPD radio of an officer down. There was an event near Circus Circus, which was further south on Las Vegas Boulevard, which some in here may be familiar with. Officer Shea Michelonis was shot in the head and believed to have been killed at that time during protests that had turned violent on south on Las Vegas Boulevard. At 11:20 p.m., just a minute later, Gomez appeared on camera near the federal courthouse. He walked toward officers on a skirmish line that were south of him, just south of Bridger on Las Vegas Boulevard. At 11:21 p.m., an officer started to approach Gomez. Gomez then runs northbound, and at that time, a low-lethal shotgun or a beanbag shotgun was fired and discharged towards Gomez. And then at 11:22 p.m., shots fired was broadcast on LVMPD radio.
So I want to back up to Fremont Street. You indicated there's evidence that Mr. Gomez was in the area of Fremont Street earlier in the evening protesting.
There was the protests that have been occurring on Fremont Street, had been moving all throughout the downtown area, throughout the Fremont Street area. This video here, I'm going to play two very short video clips. This was actually taken off of social media. This is another a person that's in the protests that's taking this video, but what it does show is it shows Mr. Gomez. It shows the clothing he was wearing, as well as the body armor, the rifle, the handgun, the satchel that he had on him at the time. And here's just another view from that same posting.
Now, in addition to Metro being out at these protests, were other agencies from law enforcement agencies around the valley also called in?
They were specifically in this area at Fremont Street and the Boulevard. Initially, North Las Vegas Police Department was kind of maintaining control in that area when they began asking for assistance, and they were joined by LVMPD officers. This is, you can see there's a watermark on this video in the center of the screen that says NLVPD. That's North Las Vegas Police Department's water stamp on this video because it is their body-worn camera. What you see here is The camera angle which would be looking at as the officers are standing are actually looking southbound on Las Vegas Boulevard at Fremont Street. The crowd had been moving. They had moved from east to west on Fremont Street. Initially, North Las Vegas had tried to block that intersection off. However, the police officers withdrew, allowing the citizens to go into the southbound travel lanes of Las Vegas Boulevard. As this body-worn camera is played, dispersal orders had already been given to the crowd. The officers have asked the crowd to move south and to continue and to move out of the area. But as you can see, when the body-worn camera is played, the majority of the crowd is not moving. Mr. Gomez actually steps out from within the crowd and approaches the North Las Vegas officer whose body-worn camera is activated. He's going to take another step toward the officer. You'll hear the officer tell him to get back. Mr. Gomez replies with, fuck you. Another officer tells him, he told you to get back. Mr. Gomez again tells them, states fuck you, and then we'll move off out of their body-worn camera view. Mr. Gomez would continue to move to the right, or to the right of the officers. It would be to the west side of the street. At the sidewalk at Fremont Street and Las Vegas Boulevard, there's a large white power box at the corner of the intersection there. He actually goes and steps behind that power box. As he steps behind that power box, police officers that are here at this location, as I stated, dispersal orders have been given. The crowd's not moving. They begin using less than lethal options to try to push the crowd back. This is a clip taken from LVMPD's body-worn camera. As you can see, the crowd by this point has been pushed back. The majority of the crowd is about 50 yards away from the officers, further south on Las Vegas Boulevard from Fremont Street. The officers are pointing and motioning toward the power box, which I just mentioned, which would be to their right on the sidewalk. That Mr. Gomez is behind. They're yelling, some of them you can hear them yelling 413, that would be Metro code for gun, because they realize that the person behind the power box or Mr. Gomez is armed.
Hold up. Hold on.
Clarify for a second. We can see in the upper right-hand corner, there's a date stamp and a time stamp, and it obviously, this is from not Las Vegas time. It's
correct.
Greenwich.
This is Greenwich Mean Time, which basically means that the time stamp is going to be about 6 hours, or depending on daylight savings time or not, 7 hours different than local time here.
So locally, this is still June 1st.
Correct. This is still June 1st.
Just clarifying.
Yes, sir.
So you do have some still images taken from the body cameras?
We do. The first is, this is a still image taken from North Las Vegas body-worn camera. The North Las Vegas officers are further into the street, and so they have a different point of view than the body-worn camera, which we just watched. What you see there is you see Mr. Gomez as he's preparing to come out from behind the box, the power box. Officers have been, up to this point, been challenging the power box, shining their flashlights, telling him to exit from behind the power box. The majority of the crowd is already further south on Las Vegas Boulevard. We do have another protester there with him that you see in body-worn camera view, with the white shirt and his hands up. After Mr. Gomez exited from behind the power box, when the flashlights were shined on him, you saw him in the body-worn camera we just played turn around, face the officers. As he does so, his right hand goes to his hip where the handgun was located, and he begins to back away or walk away from the officers in that fashion. He eventually reaches the rest of the protesters, and they kind of move around him, and he disappears into the crowd of protesters.
Did you interview the officers involved in this particular event?
We did interview the officers that were at this location during this encounter. One of those officers, Officer Borgard, stated that a skirmish line had been set up after dispersal orders were given, and officers were having things thrown at them. He stated that officers illuminated the area, he's referencing the power box, with flashlights and gave commands for Gomez to come out with his hands up. That Gomez exited and took a shooting stance with his hand on the holstered gun. Officer Borgard drew his firearm, believing that Gomez was going to draw and open fire on them. Officer Borgard reholstered when he saw his backdrop was the crowd of protesters. And he states that Gomez continued to walk back away and was eventually surrounded by other protesters and disappeared. Another officer that was there, one of the officers we interviewed was Officer Luoto. He stated that he was warned about a suspect with a firearm hiding behind the power box, that a dispersal order had been given, and officers started to move the crowd. Officer Luoto observed North Las Vegas officers drawing their rifles and aiming them at Gomez. He stated that Gomez exited from behind the power box and reached for his right hip as he backed away toward the crowd. Gomez then disappeared into the crowd. He stated that he believed Gomez wanted to ambush officers since the crowd was 50, 60 feet away and Gomez was hiding just 10 feet from the officers. One of those officers was Officer Johnson. He stated that officers used lights to try and see Gomez when he exited from behind the metal box, that Gomez crouched and reached for a gun on his hip. He stated that Gomez kept his hand on his gun as he faced officers and moved backwards. Another protester got in between officers and Gomez, and that there were other officers in his backdrop. Officer Johnson stated he was worried that Gomez was going to draw and fire his weapon. Officer Oñate stated that the crowd was throwing things at officers, but they were back about 60 yards. He stated there was a generator maybe 15 feet away from the skirmish line, and that when officers were about to advance forward, somebody yelled about a person with a gun behind the generator. He stated that he knew they couldn't advance until they addressed the person behind the generator. Gomez then exited from behind the box wearing body armor and had his hand on his gun. Officer Oñate stated it was extremely odd and chilling. Officer Oñate was quoted as saying, "Who does this?" and smiles and has their hand on their gun with police, end quote. Eventually, Gomez reached the crowd and dispersed into the crowd.
So now I want to move down to the federal courthouse where the actual shooting incident occurred. You discussed there's a low lethal officer. That's the first officer that engages Mr. Gomez.
There is.
And did he give an interview?
He did give a statement. So when that crowd moves from Fremont Street, they're pushed south on Las Vegas Boulevard. As the crowd reaches the first main street south of Las Vegas Boulevard at Carson, the majority of the crowd kind of fans out. Most of the crowd moves either east or west. There's parking lots, parking structures all around there. And most of that crowd is moving in those directions. There's still officers further south on Las Vegas Boulevard, to include located at the federal courthouse. The federal courthouse, when you are south on Las Vegas Boulevard, as you pass Bridger, actually has kind of two sets of stairs leading up to a raised platform, which is the entrance to the federal courthouse. LVMPD officers, as well as U.S. Marshals, federal U.S. Marshals, had been placed at the steps, on top of the steps of the federal courthouse. One of those officers was Officer Squeo. Officer Squeo did give a statement to the Force Investigation Team. He stated that he had been placed at the federal courthouse with a low-lethal shotgun, or the beanbag gun. He stated that his assignment was to keep protesters from making their way into the courthouse, and also to make sure that protesters didn't take rocks from any of the rock beds around that corridor to use as weapons against officers or to smash and break windows. He stated that he observed Gomez standing at the pylons near a wall, staring at officers. Officer Squeo stated he gave commands to Gomez to include Metro Police stay on the other side of the barrier, to which Gomez replied, "What barrier?" You'll see in the photographs and the videos, there's pylons or barriers that are at the base of the staircase. It's basically to prevent vehicle access to the stairs. Officer Squeo again told Gomez to stay on the other side of the poles, and noticed that Gomez was wearing a bulletproof vest. He stated that Gomez shuffled westbound and then continued south on Las Vegas Boulevard and stopped in front of Officer Squeo. He stated that Gomez slowly walked south on Las Vegas Boulevard and then moved a black bag that he was wearing towards the front of his body, and that Officer Squeo noticed a large black object that he believed to be a baseball bat hidden along Gomez's right side of his body. Squeo stated that other officers that were assigned with him moved towards Gomez to take him into custody. When Officer Squeo raised his low lethal shotgun at Gomez, who was standing approximately 10 to 15 yards away. Officer Squeo was not wearing a gas mask when he yelled Metro Police as the officers run down the stairs to take Gomez into custody. Gomez placed his right hand down and grabbed what Officer Squeo believed was the baseball bat. And he believed Gomez was going to use that bat to strike the officer that was approaching him. And Officer Squeo saw Gomez. He raised the object, so he fired his low lethal shotgun at Gomez. After being struck, Gomez began running northbound while he continued to hold the object with his right hand. Officer Squeo again fired more low lethal rounds at Gomez, who then fell to the ground. He stated Gomez then ran northbound towards a group of protesters, and Officer Squeo saw the object that he had concealed under his arm and realized it was a long gun and not a baseball bat. Officer Squeo yelled to the other officers that Gomez had a rifle in his hand.
Do we have some video associated with this event?
We do. So the first video is this was captured from social media. This is a group of the protesters or people that were in the area of Las Vegas Boulevard and Bridger. You can see behind the people that are being videoed Gomez as he walks south on Las Vegas Boulevard. He's in front of the large cement wall. This cement wall actually separates Las Vegas Boulevard from the secured parking area of the federal courthouse. You can hear the conversation that this group of people that are taking the video are having when they see Gomez and the weapons that he's carrying.
He got a big ass machine gun.
So I'm going to play several videos that are captured or taken from video surveillance around the area. The first video that I'll play is taken from the Foley Federal Building. This is directly across the street from the federal courthouse. The angle that we are looking at is we're looking kind of southbound down Las Vegas Boulevard and to our east. Across the east side there where the red box that I've just put on the screen is where Mr. Gomez will come into camera view. That is the staircase leading up to the federal courthouse there. One thing to note with the video is, again, officers had just received radio broadcast of the officer that had been shot in the head south on Las Vegas Boulevard. Many of the officers in this area are now redirecting and proceeding south down Las Vegas Boulevard to go assist with not only crowd control, the unrest that's taking place there, but to help protect the crime scene further south down the boulevard.
So we're going to see a lot of cop cars.
We're going to see a lot of police cars driving south. They have their lights on. One of the things with their overhead lights is it is causing the camera to come in and out of focus as it's trying to view the steps of the courthouse. And there comes Mr. Gomez into camera view there. It's at this point that he would be confronted by Officer Squeo, who's at the top of the stairs, as they're being told he needs to continue south. Dispersal orders have been given. One of the things is actually further south from this location, officers are still taking people into custody for remaining in the area. Most of the protesters have left by this point in time. You'll now see the officer at the top of the staircase start to run down the staircase. He's going to take Mr. Gomez into custody for not leaving the area. And here's where Squeo will begin firing the less than lethal rounds at Gomez as he falls to the ground. He's out of camera view, but he does get back up and continues to run northbound. As he continues to run northbound, what you don't see from this camera angle is there is another group of officers that were proceeding south. They've stopped. They're getting gear out of their vehicles, and they will see and confront Jorge Gomez as he's running basically directly across from them on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard. This is another camera angle. This is taken from the federal courthouse, the Lloyd D. George Federal Courthouse. As you can see from the video here, we're looking at a kind of a downward angle. This camera is elevated on the building. This is the area where Mr. Gomez is going to come into camera view. As he had walked south and hugged the wall, he's kind of out of camera view on the right side of this screen. He'll then proceed westbound when he reaches those pylons, and then south again on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's at that movement where he's westbound and then proceeding southbound that he begins to have the confrontation with Officer Squeo, who's out of camera view, but at the top of the second set of stairs there that we can see. Again, we also see all the police vehicles that are proceeding southbound on the boulevard. As Mr. Gomez is confronted by Squeo, he stops. They're issuing the commands. He is warned that he needs to leave the area. You can actually see the light, the illumination from some of the lights on the top of the courthouse steps as they shine down on Mr. Gomez. The officer will move down the stairs to take Mr. Gomez into custody when he begins to run northbound, and Officer Squale will be firing the less than lethal beanbag rounds at him. This is a camera system that had been placed at the top of the federal courthouse stairs. There was a couple of cameras in place there specifically to monitor the activities that were going on in this area. This camera view, it's again at the top of the stairs of the federal courthouse. This camera view is looking kind of a southwest direction. That is Las Vegas Boulevard in front of us. You see some of the patrol cars that are traveling. You also see some of the cars to the far left of the screen. They're actually taking people into custody that hadn't left the area. The bottom right of our screen is where Officer Squale will be positioned with some of the other officers that were with him. And you'll be able to actually see him as he raises the less than lethal shotgun or the beanbag gun. That is him to the far right with the shotgun in his hand. The officer behind him is using the flashlight to illuminate the area where Mr. Gomez has now come into the area where they're at, as they're going to be issuing those commands that they talked about. Here you'll see the officer as he prepares to run down the stairs to go take Mr. Gomez into custody. And you can see Officer Squale on the bottom right as he fires that low lethal beanbag gun. This would be from the same camera system. However, this camera is facing more of a northwest direction. What we can see there is the corner of the stairs to the federal courthouse. We see those pylons or those barriers that were referenced. You can see a group of officers behind the gate there. They are actually in a separate location. They're in the parking structure, or the parking area for the federal courthouse. The exit for that parking area is actually west of their location on the adjacent street.
So they had no access.
They had no access to get in and out from this location. So there's Mr. Gomez as he comes into camera view. And here would be as he's being challenged by Officer Squeo, giving him orders to leave the area or he'd be subject to arrest. You can see the flashlights that illuminate him there as he begins to slowly move southbound. As Mr. Gomez begins to run, you will see as he trips and falls here, he is able to get back up and he continues running northbound. Officer Squeo and the other officers who were at the top of the stairs remain in their location until they go to actually take him into custody and assist with that. What you can see that I'll identify, this video that's good for that, is the red and blue lights that are behind the tree that we can see through this screen here are the officers that were actually involved in the shooting. They were further north of Mr. Gomez on the west side of the street, and they fired from west to east. It was not the officers with Squeo that actually fired. This is as the officers are now moving up to render aid and take Gomez into custody. So this camera was a PTZ, or a pan tilt zoom camera. This camera had been positioned and was watching the corner of Bridger and Las Vegas Boulevard. There had been a group gathered there earlier. Again, most of those protesters, after dispersal orders have been given, after less than lethal options have been used on Fremont Street, most of that crowd had dispersed, left this area, but a group of them had gathered in this location here, so a camera was focused on that area. When the camera operator realized that something was going on further south of them, down toward the courthouse, you're going to see this camera zoom out and attempt to locate items of interest in the area. The first thing you'll notice is on the left side of our screen, you're going to see the officers that have actually been involved in the shooting, that had fired. They're on the west side of the street. They're facing east, looking toward that cement wall that was the further north part of the federal courthouse. The camera will then kind of pan out, scan to the right at the location where Mr. Gomez was lying on the ground. You'll see some officers just south of him and a group of officers moving up toward them. Those officers had moved up to take Gomez into custody, saw the weapons, and were waiting for an officer with a shield to provide them better protection before they actually made their way and went hands-on with Mr. Gomez. Here's where he scans out. To the left is the officers that have been involved in the shooting. They're actually going to begin backing up behind their vehicles now. The shots have already been fired. Those officers are waiting for the shield to arrive. And momentarily we'll see the shield as it comes up here on the left-hand side, and they'll move up to Mr. Gomez. And now they'll make their way and they'll move up. This is another video that was captured by social media. This was posted to social media. The camera operator for this is at the corner of Bridger and Las Vegas Boulevard, or near that location. They're looking south down Las Vegas Boulevard. The building on our left-hand side down there is the federal courthouse. What you'll hear is you're going to hear the low lethal beanbag round when it's fired. You'll see a person or a shadow basically running northbound. As that shadow is running northbound, one of the people standing near where the video is being filmed You hear them yell, "He's got a gun," and they all begin to run. As the person filming begins to run, you do hear the lethal rounds that are being fired by officers.
They killed that nigga.
Now, Detective, in addition to these videos, there's also a very high camera on the D. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's not in the presentation, but you collected that as well.
We did. It shows the same angles, but it's from such a distance that the video is, for purposes of this presentation, is pretty pixelated. These paint a better overall picture of what occurred.
Now, during your investigation, did you collect all the video that you thought was available, whether it be a station camera or social media that you could find of the shooting?
We did.
Did there come a point in time when you were aware of a press conference where a lawyer for Mr. Gomez suggested there were 3 more videos out there that clearly show this shooting?
I am aware of this, yes.
And did you become aware that our office requested that lawyer to provide us that information so we can make an assessment of it?
I am aware of that.
And to date, we've not received those items.
Correct. And during the press conference, no video that we did not already have that or was not provided to the family was not shown.
So there were some witness officers who didn't fire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so let's talk about the interview of Officer Sylvia.
Officer Sylvia was one of the officers that was in a patrol car, one of those cars traveling south on Las Vegas Boulevard. As you were able to see in the videos, those cars are not moving quickly. They're moving fairly slow down Las Vegas Boulevard. Several of them have actually stopped. Officers are getting gear on, things like that. Officer Sylvia was driving south. He was moving slow south down Las Vegas Boulevard, had his window open. When he stated he observed what looked to be a white male open carrying a rifle. He stated the male was walking really slow, then came to a stop. Officers were addressing that male who was identified as Gomez and took some really slow steps forward as they continued to give him commands. Officer Sylvia stated he did not appear to be following commands, and it appeared as though he was baiting them into something. He continued to say he wasn't listening to what they were saying. Officer Sylvia stated he heard him open fire, believing it was Gomez, but then he stated, "I don't know if it was lethal rounds or low lethal rounds." Officer Gomez said he immediately saw him turn around and begin to run northbound. And at that time, Officer Sylvia turned around to make sure that he wasn't going to rear end any vehicles in front of him. He stated it seemed like it was only a few seconds when he heard more gunshots going off. So he did not actually witness the shooting. He just witnessed what was leading up to it.
Officer Friday?
Officer Friday was further north on Las Vegas Boulevard. He stated they were responding to an officer who had been shot in the head in front of Circus Circus, that Officer Friday and officers with him had jumped out of their vehicles. They were getting their rifles out of the back of their trucks and getting their gear as they were preparing to head into what they believed were more violent protests occurring south on the boulevard. That as they were getting their gear out of their trucks, they heard shots fired in front of the federal building and saw a person wearing all black running away. The officers were standing at the top of he saw officers standing at the top of the stairs, and then he stated the suspect running looked like he had a single point sling, so the rifle was bouncing all around. He stated he thought the person that was running had shot at officers and was now trying to get away. It appeared to Officer Friday that the person got control of the rifle and started coming toward us. Officer Friday said he drew his pistol and moved to a position to fire when other officers fired and Gomez went to the ground. Officer Friday did state that the person was running towards him when officers fired.
Officer Beck?
Officer Beck also was a witness to this. He stated that they were responding to an officer having been shot in the head a little bit further south on Las Vegas Boulevard. That he observed a male in all dark clothing running with a long gun in his right hand. And the male that was running from an area that had heavy police presence, and he could hear the sound of apparent gunfire. He could hear officers yelling at the male to stop, and he stated the male continued to run northbound on the boulevard with a firearm in his hand. He stated a couple officers fired on Gomez and then stopped when Gomez fell to the ground. Officer Beck did state that he raised his firearm, but Gomez was already being fired upon.
Talk about the crime scene.
Going through some of the crime scene photographs, this is a drone view looking down on the area in question of the officer-involved shooting. This is taken during the daylight hours, so it's easier to see the area that we're talking about. To the far right of the screen, those are the stairs leading to the federal courthouse. You can kind of make out in this photograph, the cone at the top of the stairs would be where Officer Squeo was. Some items to point out in this photograph, there's evidence markers on the ground at this point. This is the handgun that had been in the holster of Jorge Gomez. It was located on the ground. Those are actually like seating bench areas there. The tactical vest that was taken off of Mr. Gomez when he was taken into custody and medical aid was provided to him, as well as the rifle that he had been carrying. The rifle was actually picked up by another officer and moved away from Gomez when they approached him. This would be the area in question that you saw in the video where Mr. Gomez stumbles, falls to the ground, and gets back up and begins to run. This would be that location. One of the things we did during our the walkthrough with the involved officers is we have them identify where they were located and where they fired from and towards. Officer Loker placed himself near the front of the far left truck. That's the white truck on the southbound lanes of Las Vegas Boulevard. He began to fire at approximately this location here near that second seating area or box. At that, he was approximately 95 feet from Mr. Gomez at this point. However, all of the officers involved stated that when they initially identify Mr. Gomez as a threat and then they begin to track him, that they're actually moving as they fire. So Officer Loker's second location as he tracks Mr. Gomez as he's running would be where Mr. Gomez came to rest here at approximately 77 feet from Officer Loker.
And you did that for each of the officers?
We do that for each of the officers, yes. Officer Emerton, he placed himself behind the black and white vehicle there and in front of the white truck. He had a similar location for where he stated he initially began to engage Mr. Gomez at approximately 97 feet 7 inches, and he continued to track Mr. Gomez and fire until Mr. Gomez came to rest at approximately 84 feet 2 inches. Sergeant Fryman placed himself near the front of that black and white vehicle and to the rear of that black truck. He also began to engage with Mr. Gomez around that same area of the second seating area at approximately 76 feet 11 inches. He as well continued to track and fire at Gomez until he came to a rest at 72 feet 1 inch. And Officer Ferguson placed himself near Sergeant Fryman. He as well began to engage Mr. Gomez at about that same location, 73 feet 9 inches, coming to a rest at approximately 71 feet 7 inches.
So then we have a couple of perspectives here.
We do. This is just another drone kind of overhead perspective, again, to show the area in question. This photograph was taken when detectives arrived on scene and were able to secure the scene. Just to show, again, it shows kind of the lighting conditions in that section of Las Vegas Boulevard at the time this occurred at. Some of the crime scene photographs from the ground view. This would be the location Mr. Gomez was taken into custody. You can see the tactical vest laying on the ground. There's some evidence markers there, a belt, things like that. That far left tall cone that's toward the left side of our screen is the handgun that had been in the holster. And behind us, out of camera view to the right, would be the rifle that had been carried by Mr. Gomez. Our subject officers, or the officers that fired, would have been those three vehicles directly across from us. So as they fired on Mr. Gomez, it was from the west side of the street to the east side of the street. This is the top of the courthouse stairs. This would have been Officer Squeo's position as he initially made contact with Mr. Gomez and then fired the less than lethal beanbag shotgun at Mr. Gomez. Some of the evidence markers at the top of this For those that are unfamiliar with what the less than lethal beanbag gun looks like, it is a Remington 870 shotgun. It does have orange identifiers on it to be the orange stock, the grip on the front, and the cartridges that it fires are 12-gauge shotgun cartridges. However, they contain a fluorescent green beanbag, so they're fluorescent green in color.
So let me stop you for just a second.
Yes, sir.
The sound of that weapon is the sound of a shotgun being fired.
That's correct. And especially in an area that has buildings adjacent to it, the sound's going to echo. It would be indistinguishable between, I believe it would be indistinguishable between a regular shotgun and this being fired. As you heard in the one video that we played, you could hear that, those being fired first, the lethal rounds being fired second. And I think it would be very difficult for anybody to distinguish between the two.
Okay. This is evidence of what the projectile looks like?
That's correct. This is the beanbag round, one of the beanbag rounds collected as evidence that was fired from the low lethal shotgun. You can see there the fluorescent green color. It actually has a powder coating, which would enable an officer to identify if they're hitting their target when that beanbag's being fired. This is the casing from that beanbag round. This is what the beanbag is actually contained in when it's fired. This is ejected. This cartridge is ejected from the weapon. These are some of the cart casings from the involved officers. The location of these was consistent with where the officers stated they had been during the officer-involved shooting.
The brown bags, let me back up. Just
Yes, sir.
The brown bags that are over cones there, what does that represent?
Those would represent the officers and where they stated they believed they were at the time that they fired their weapons.
And so the casings that you found were consistent with the locations they reported?
They are. This would have been a perspective view. This is where Mr. Gomez was when he was being challenged by Officer Squayo as he begins to then run northbound on Las Vegas Boulevard here. These are the pylons that separate the sidewalk from the stairs to the federal courthouse. This is the cement wall that encompasses or encloses that parking structure for the federal courthouse. In the videos we watched when Mr. Gomez was approaching, the social media videos when he was approaching the courthouse, this is the wall he was walking along. And as he ran northbound on Las Vegas Boulevard, this was the backdrop where officers fired when they were firing at Mr. Gomez, and these are some of the bullet impacts that we located on that wall.
And are those bullet impacts consistent with what the officers reported where they were and the direction they were firing?
They were. This is not taken at the scene. This is back at the evidence lab, but this was the vest that Mr. Gomez was wearing. You can see in the photograph there's the plates, the metal-looking plates that are just kind of above the vest. Those are the armor plates that were inside of that vest. The arrow markings are evidence markers of deformities in this vest that would be consistent with being hit by gunfire or shrapnel.
We mentioned earlier that officers, the shooting officers, do walkthroughs, which are brief statements as to where they were, where they fired, and why they fired, essentially.
That's correct. These walkthroughs are conducted with an attorney if they choose to have an attorney. In this case, they did. And again, this isn't audio or video recorded. This is more to help detectives gain a perspective and locate items of interest and evidence. However, the officers did state a reason for why they fired. Sergeant Fryman stated that Gomez was raising a long gun towards him and other officers, and he fired because he thought they were going to get shot. Officer Ferguson stated Gomez was leveling a rifle at him and his partner. He was in fear that Gomez was going to shoot him and his partner. Officer Emerton stated Gomez was raising a weapon toward multiple citizens, cops, and putting everyone's lives in danger. He believed Gomez's intent was to harm. And Officer Loker actually stated that he believed that Gomez had been shooting at officers prior to him pulling the trigger as he was running away.
Now, there came a point in time where the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department became aware that Mr. Gomez had arrived downtown in his vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you make efforts to both identify the vehicle and then locate it?
We did. This is the vehicle in question. It actually belongs to his father. It's a red Chevy Avalanche. What you see here is a photograph that was taken by parking enforcement. They actually gave the truck a warning citation on June 5th when it was parked at 400 South 4th Street. Just to put that in perspective of where we're talking about, I put a few markers on this map. The first is identified as the Fremont power box. This was the power box that Mr. Gomez had hid behind at the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont. Toward the bottom right, you can see where the courthouse steps were, where he had the contact with Mr. Squeo, and ultimately led up to the officer.
Qualified and prepared to protect and serve.
So our job as
All right, so it looks like we have lost the signal there. We don't know quite what happened, but as we continue to work on the signal, right now we are still in the fact-finding review of the death of Jorge Gomez, who was shot and killed by 4 Metro officers in June of last year. This was all taking place during a Black Lives Matter protest. Now, again, we will get back to showing this video. We're giving you B-roll footage right now as we continue to get the stream back. So a lot of things to kind of go over right now. A detective with law enforcement is kind of going over all of the evidence they have found. We have looked at, okay, it looks like we have the feedback, so let's go ahead and continue.
That time. Because of that, we did put out an attempt to locate for officers. Basically, is broadcast to officers to kind of be on the lookout for this vehicle, and then to notify detectives if it's located. On Friday, June 5th, at approximately 11:57, so about noon, FIT detectives actually met with the Gomez family, as well as their attorneys, which they had retained at that point, Rodolfo Gonzalez and Edgar Flores. We met at LVMPD headquarters prior to Metro doing a press release of the incident. During that meeting, Gomez's father asked if we had located the vehicle. It was explained to him that Metro had not located the vehicle at that time. They actually asked us to confirm the license plate, which one of the attorneys wrote down the plate for. The next day, it would actually be at 12:36 a.m. So that meeting was Friday. The early morning hours of Saturday, a patrol officer actually located the vehicle, which was parked at the attorney's law office, Gonzalez and Flores Law Office on Northeastern. Detectives did respond to that location. A search warrant was obtained for the vehicle, looking for any possible evidence inside the vehicle. And nothing of significance was removed. Some digital cameras were taken from the car. Then on Monday, June 8th, a search warrant was served at Gonzalez and Flores law firm for the video surveillance of their parking lot, so the detectives could ascertain when and how that vehicle got there. Because Rodolfo Gonzalez had stated to detectives that he was unaware of when and how it got there. So the video surveillance for their firm was obtained to find that information out. These are some still photographs. One is a still photograph taken from the surveillance video, which shows the vehicle arriving to their law office as it was towed there by a towing company. The bottom one is the vehicle as it was found in the parking lot when the search warrant was served on it.
And do you know the people that are in this photograph?
The persons in the photograph, when you watch the surveillance video, Mr. Gomez's father is in the video. Some other unidentified people are with him, is believed to be family members, as well as one of the attorneys is with them. I believe that's Mr. Flores. Based on that video, we were able to kind of put more of a timeline back together to figure out how the truck got from 400 South 4th Street to their office. What we learned about the parking citation. We, again, talk about the interaction that we had with the family on Friday afternoon. After meeting with the family, prior to that press conference on June 5th or Friday, A search warrant was served on Mr. Gomez's apartment that he shares with his father.
Can I stop you for just a moment?
Certainly.
Why execute a search warrant on Mr. Gomez's apartment?
In our prior meetings with Mr. Gomez's father, matter of fact, our initial meeting with his father, he expressed frustration. He stated to us that his son had been, his words were radicalized in the BLM movement. He did state that he believed that he was being paid to protest, that there were other things going on. Based on that information that we received from the father, based on the fact that we had an officer that had been shot in the head, we were concerned that the two incidents may have been a coordinated effort to cause civil unrest or violence in the streets. We were led to believe by Mr. Gomez's father that maybe there was co-conspirators or other people involved in a much larger plan or plot. So a search warrant was conducted to see if we could find any information or evidence that would either corroborate or debunk that information. So based on that, a search warrant was obtained, and we did serve that on the apartment. While we were at that apartment, based on video surveillance that we obtained from the law office, at 14:03 hours while detectives were at the apartment, the truck was towed to the attorney's office. It had been requested by the attorney's office, had called the tow company, requested the tow, and they requested to take it there to their office at 879 Northeastern. At approximately 14:38 hours, a silver Dodge crossover arrived at that law firm, and Gomez's father was in that vehicle and exited the vehicle. At 14:40 hours, the tow truck arrived, and the attorney Flores spoke with the driver when they offloaded the vehicle in their parking lot. Again, still on Friday, June 5th, at approximately 2:46 p.m., Gomez's father left the law office and then returned a couple of hours prior at 4:30 with more subjects with him. It was at this time that they retrieved a large black, appears to be black trash bag from the bed of the Avalanche. It's got a covered bed. It's got a cover on the back of it. They retrieve items from the back of the truck. They place it in the Dodge crossover, and then they exit or leave the law office. At approximately 7:24 that evening, Jorge Gomez's father returned back to the apartment. Detectives had finished searching the residence. They completed the search warrant. We were turning the home back over to the family. At that time, we spoke with the family. We talked with the family. No mention was ever made of the vehicle or of items that had been inside of the vehicle. Then on Saturday, June 6th, is when the vehicle was actually located by patrol officers.
And so then we have a little piece of the video of the truck.
We do. This shows Flores. It also shows some of the people that arrived in the vehicle. The person on the left would be their attorney. The person who you can see just the upper body of in the black shirt would be Mr. Gomez, Jorge Gomez's father. What you'll see in the video is him going to the back of the truck, removing unknown items, and then taking them and placing them in his personal vehicle. There you can see Mr. Gomez Sr. carrying the items as he will take them and place them in the trunk of the vehicle he arrived in.
As of this date, do you have any idea what was in that black bag?
No idea what was in the bag. This was prior to the service of the search warrant on the vehicle because it was prior to our knowledge of its location.
Thank you, Detective. That completes my questions.
Okay, before we get started with Mr. Tomchek, we're going to take take approximately 15 minutes, come back here at 9:30 to give you time to collect any questions and to start your presentation. Questions?
All right, so they have now gone on a 15-minute break, and a lot of information was covered during this time. So we're going to kind of just go over a little review. First, the detective just wanted to go over just the timeline of events that happened before, during, and after the shooting death of Jorge Gomez. There are family members and activists that are in the building right now, but we are following, you could kind of hear them in the background of this review, protesters, as the review went on. So a couple things that they went over that we know so far. We know about the officers involved, some of them working with the firearms training and tactics unit for the last 13 years, and each of the rounds that were shot that night during their confrontation with Mr. Gomez. We learned about the weapons that were used from each officer, but we also learned about the weapons that they say that they found on Mr. Gomez, and also went back into some other findings of Mr. Gomez, including some social media posts that were made by him, or what they were saying were made from him on social media posts. They also referenced a email from him and his father regarding the protest, why he was going to the protest, how he felt about law enforcement, how he felt about what was going on in this country. So emails were then shown during this review, just to, I assume, to give some background as to what motive they believe Mr. Gomez had when attending these protests, especially because they found what they would consider someone to be heavily armed during this time. No word yet on why he was not arrested when he was seen. They show him on multiple body cameras of police officers. They also show him on multiple building cameras as well. And so they just go through a series of events that happened before, during, and after, and of course everything that is going on in the investigation so far after the death of Jorge Gomez. So now let me take you to a reporter, Rio Lali, who has been following this case since last year. We did a small interview yesterday in regards to what we can expect during this review. She's going to talk a little bit about why they do these reviews, why it's unique to Las Vegas, and what we should expect to happen after this review is finished today. Go ahead and take a listen. Rio, thank you so much for joining me. So a lot of people may not know exactly what a fact-finding review is. We don't see many police departments doing this on a regular basis when it comes to certain cases. So for those who don't know, tell us what a fact-finding review is in relevance to this case too.
Sure. So actually the fact-finding review procedure is unique to Clark County. It's required by county ordinance. And the fact-finding review is triggered when the Clark County District Attorney's Office makes a preliminary determination that an officer or officers involved in either an in-custody death or a fatal police shooting won't be facing charges. So this is a preliminary determination, and this is what kind of triggers the scheduling of a fact-finding review. So the public is welcome to join these. They're typically held in the Clark County chambers. And what we'll see is a presentation from a Clark County prosecutor. It's typically the prosecutor that made that first preliminary determination and reviewed the case file initially. And what we'll see is unreleased body camera footage, 911 audio. A lot of times in these reviews, we're seeing new details for the first time. As far as the fact-finding review for Mr. Gomez's death, I'm not sure what to expect because none of the 4 officers who shot Mr. Gomez were wearing body cameras on that evening.
Yeah, and the Gomez family very adamant about getting some new evidence out there. They've had live news conferences before about what they know and what's not being presented to the public. So we're hoping to get some of that information that they're alluding to during this fact-finding live stream. So Rio, since you've been covering this nonstop, what should we expect or shouldn't expect in this fact-finding review?
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow we can expect to see the family there, and they'll be completely supported by community activists, police accountability activists. The ACLU will be there, and that's not something that we typically see at fact-finding reviews. A lot of times, I'm there covering them, and sometimes I'm the only one in the audience. Um, Tomorrow, though, what we shouldn't expect is any further determinations or decisions from the Clark County District Attorney's Office. So all the evidence will be laid out tomorrow, but at the end there will be no decision. A final decision on whether the officers are going to face charges will come within about 2 to 3 weeks, and an entire kind of legal analysis, a report outlining that decision, whatever it might be, would end up on the Clark County's website.
So, Rio, my last question is, again, if we're not going to hear anything for another 2 weeks or so, are they planning on doing another live stream because of the heightened awareness of this particular case and the climate that we currently live in? Or is that something that we can expect to see published online somewhere?
I'm not entirely sure. Typically, when these decisions are made, there isn't any further press conferences or anything like that. It's usually just that legal analysis that we'll see online, eventually posted to Clark County's website. But I did speak with District Attorney Steve Wolfson earlier this week, and he is aware that this is a case that a lot of people are paying attention to. It's an important case. So I'm not sure. He might do a further press conference, depending on what he decides to do with this case, but it's anyone's guess at this point. I think, unfortunately, tomorrow it might be kind of a waiting game after the fact-finding review.
Now, if you want to continue to follow what's going on, Rio is there in the building listening to this. You can also follow her on Twitter as well as our website, lvrj.com. So now we're going to take you outside of this hearing where protesters have gathered. You've been hearing them slightly in the background as this review has been going on. Our very own James Schaefer is out there capturing this video, and this is what we're seeing right now. Now, to get available right now. He is out there just observing the protesters, and we're going to be hearing from him in just a short time as far as what the crowd is feeling, what he's been hearing within the crowd. Again, as you heard from Rio, we're not really going to hear any kind of resolve as far as what they're going to do at the end of this review. That's something that's going to happen within the next few weeks. So as we stand, we are hearing about these facts. We're seeing video. We're seeing things that happened before, during, after this incident. And until they have concluded this investigation to the public and take questions from members of the public, written questions, they will take all of that into consideration. They will take that into consideration and make a judgment call or a conclusion or a wrap up of this investigation in the next few weeks. We're not sure if that will be publicized, but of course, when we do find out, we will let you know, and we will have those updated, that updated information on lvrj.com. We also know that there will be a presser area staged at some point during this review, so we will be there for that as well as we find out more information. And right now, if you're just joining us, my name is Renee Summerhour. I'm with the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Right now, we are observing and in the middle of a 15-minute break of a fact-finding review for the shooting death of Jorge Gomez. This happened on June 1st as protesters were in Las Vegas protesting the shooting death of George Floyd. As you know, protests had been going on all over the country, and this is something that had been going here in Las Vegas. So right now we're going to take you back out live with our very own James Schaefer. He's giving us kind of a mood of what's going on outside of the building right now. James?
Protesters killed under similar circumstances by police. I want to ask Caitlin here, who's been standing by, watching the event as it's been happening, how this compares to other protests we've been to.
Well, it's definitely smaller than the protests that happened last summer with the Black Lives Matter movement, but it is still a pretty good turnout. There's about 50 people outside, and there are some other protesters who are inside the building during the hearing with Jorge Gomez's mother and family.
And something else that's important is we've been looking at the people that have covering this event. Caitlin Newberg and myself have been to, I would say over 20 at the very least of these protests for Black Lives Matter since summer of last year. And there are people here that we're recognizing from those past protesters. These are not people from out of town coming in. This is not following a description of some that have a criticism of these protesters, saying that they're not locals. These are people that have been here since last summer covering these events. These are familiar faces. We've recognized these people. We've heard from them. We've heard what they had to say. They've talked about the officer involved in the killing. Could you talk at all about what they've been saying about the officer involved?
Yeah. Well, like you said, a lot of these people are from the More Than a Hashtag group, which is specifically dedicated to telling people about Jorge Gomez's killing. They have been calling for the arrest of the officers who shot and killed Jorge Gomez during that protest in June, and they're calling for their arrest. They're calling out D.A. Wolfson, and they're calling out Attorney General Aaron Ford.
Now, for those that don't know who D.A. Wilson is and the criticisms they're having towards him, explain a little bit for viewers at home who that person is.
Right. Well, District Attorney Stephen Wolfson, he's in charge of the District Attorney's office, and he has declined to press charges against the officers who shot and killed Jorge Gomez, which isn't unusual because since we've installed this fact-finding review system in Clark County, I believe no charges have been pressed against any officers.
And Caitlin, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of these protesters have been going to the homes of some of the officers. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. Some of them have been holding a small protest out in front of the homes of one or two of the officers who shot and killed Jorge Gomez. It's in residential neighborhoods, but I went to at least one of them, and it's a pretty small group, and it's respectful. They're just outside walking back and forth from the house, chanting, being kind of loud, but that's about it.
And so again, we're at the protest that is for Jorge Gomez outside the Clark County Government Building. There has been a fact-finding review going on for the past, I would say, an hour and a half. And we have reporters inside. Our RJ reporter, Rio Lacanlali, is inside covering it. She's been live tweeting it. You should go to the Review Journal website online to find out more as it happens. We will be here covering the event. We will go back to the live stream of the protest as it's happening. Until then, we'll be providing you live breaking coverage online, the Review Journal website, online this stream, and more in the paper. For now, I'm James Schaefer, and this is Caitlin Newberg for the Review Journal.
All right, as we continue to hear the protests going on outside of a local government building here in Las Vegas, we are in the middle of a 15-minute break as we continue to live stream a fact-finding review of the death of Jorge Gomez, who was shot and killed by 4 Metro officers in June of last year. We are live outside of a Clark County government building where they are conducting this review. As we know so far, the investigator has been telling us a number of things and showing us a lot of different angles out of this fact-finding review, including maybe some things that people have not seen before. And as we were speaking with Review Journal's James Schaefer, Caitlin Newberg, who's also a crimes reporter for the Review Journal, they were just talking about the mood of the protests. We're also hearing that some of these protesters have in fact gone to the homes of some of the officers involved to peacefully protest in front of their homes. We don't know when and where that took place, but those are the reports that we're hearing. As of this happening last year, these are some of the events that have taken place. There have been many, many protests, many calls of action to action from the family. The family's lawyer saying that they have more evidence that they will be showing. We have yet to see that evidence, nor has any of that evidence been turned over to police. We've also heard from the investigation about social media posts and emails exchanged between Mr. Gomez and his family and Mr. Gomez and other members on social media in regards to the things that are happening in this country. As you know, that Black Lives Matter protest that he was engaged in was all for the shooting death of George Floyd, which sparked protests all over the country. And this happened to be one on June 1st of 2020 that took place. And so far, right now, you've been watching B-roll footage that we've had of the events, videos that we have gotten from police, multiple building cameras, as well as social media camera videos from people that were there, and body-worn cameras from police officers. Now, the officers that were involved in the shooting death did not have body-worn cameras. As we know, those police officers are not typically part of the day-to-day police officers that are on staff. They are known as the Firearms Training and Tactics Unit. They were dressed in uniform, but they do not have body-worn cameras. So that is something that we know so far. We also know about the guns that were used, the guns that were found on Mr. Gomez, and the bulletproof vests and other items that were found on Mr. Gomez during that night of the fatal shooting of June 1st. Right now, we are continuing to wait as they have taken a 15-minute break. We don't know if we are going to hear more in regards to this review or if any questions will be taken at this time. But what we also know is that there may also be a press conference after with the family. And so we are waiting to hear, as we assume that family members will want to talk, as many of them are inside of the Clark County government building listening to this review. What we don't know so far is a few things as far as, you know, if these items that we are being shown right now was the motive. We do know that police did talk to the father, Mr. Gomez's father, and his father expressed statements about Gomez that we have not heard before from the family. During this investigation, during their interviews with his father, they were saying that his father expressed that maybe his son could have been radicalized or paid to protest, as they stated. He also thought that there may be more people involved. That prompted them, they're saying that statement from Mr. Gomez's father prompted them to get a search warrant and therefore look throughout the home for more evidence. But we are hearing from social media activists on Twitter, members of the ACLU, saying that this investigation has been very one-sided. A lot of people want to know the history of the police officers involved, and they also feel like there may be more videos or evidence that is not being shown right now. That is the feeling of the protesters you're seeing outside, and it's also been expressed by the family of Mr. Gomez about this incident being very one-sided and that there's more to this story that we are not being told. Right now, you're looking at B-roll footage of the event on June 1st, what we've been talking about. This is from one of the building cameras. This is leading up to, before, during, and after the shooting death of Jorge Gomez. Let's take a look now outside as the protests continue.
Sorry, I know it's a mess. We work together. I'm at the RJ too. We met earlier. And you're CC Caruso. And then you're working with David. I got a good shot of him putting that sign up. But he only wanted to give it a first name. Happy birthday. No, it's your birthday. But I was but you came over. Well, thank you for talking to us. I got some good photos of you doing the chalk, thank you. I think for me as a still photographer, the chalk is the most visual thing. But he's a video guy. They're standing by for interview.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Renee Summerhour with the Las Vegas Review-Journal. We are bringing you a live stream right now of a fact-finding review of the death of Jorge Gomez, who was shot and killed by 4 Las Vegas Metro police officers in June. Gomez was killed outside of the Lloyd George U.S. Courthouse during the 3rd night of demonstrations in Las Vegas against racism and police brutality. Those protests followed the death of George Floyd in police custody in Minneapolis, and right now we are outside, as you saw, protesters gathering outside of the Clark County building out there. Right now we have an interview. We have James Schaefer, who's out there live, getting some sound there out there for us about the tone of which is going on during this this review. Take a listen.
Can you just state who you are? And why you're
of course. Yeah.
Just right off the bat.
Yeah. So my name is Caitlin. My name is Cece. I live in Vegas. I've lived in Vegas my whole life, and I've been a part of the activist community for years. Seeing what happened to Jorge last summer was traumatic to watch, and even more traumatic for the family to experience. So it was really important for me to show up and stand in solidarity.
Do you expect this review to change anything today?
Unfortunately, I don't expect this review to change anything, but I expect the people power that we're displaying to. So I feel really hopeful with the turnout and with the people in the community showing up that things will change.
How did you hear about Jorge's death? Like, how did you get involved?
Yeah, so a lot of the activists that I'm in community with were out there in June. I was living in DC, but watching from afar. And as soon as I heard that the fact-finding was happening, I knew I had to be here.
Is there anything else you want to add just about Jorge and his death and what y'all are doing?
It's time to hold these killer cops accountable. They have done this time and time again. And unless we stand up and say no more, they will continue to. It's up to us to obtain justice. So justice for Jorge Gomez.
All right, so now we are going to go back inside of that Clark County government building where they are holding. We were on about a 20-minute or so break while they were in the middle of giving some of their fact-finding review of this case. Let's go back inside.
We're about to get started again. I just wanted to explain what was going on during the break. There are a lot of questions. I would say 95% are just fine, and I'm going to ask them. I don't know if the detective will be able to answer them or not, but I have no problem asking them. There are a couple that, quite frankly, are not really questions, but were political statements. Just because of what the ordinance says, they just don't fit with what the ordinance allows, okay? I also will say that all the questions, even if it's not asked, they'll be part of the historical record. So even if, because like here, I'm holding about 3 that I can't ask all of them, but and that's what I was talking with Mr. Christensen about, we're going to make sure that they all stay, all the paperwork stays, so it is all part of, we'll call it the documents of this event. So even if it turns out that your question was not asked, please be assured that it's going to be captured, for lack of a better word, within this hearing. The other thing is my inclination is that, and unless you don't want it, if you put your name down, I'll say who the question is from. This way that you know that your voice has been heard and this was your question. If I had to amend it a little bit, it's just because I want it to be able to fit within the requirements of this hearing, and I'd rather allow the portion of the question that I can than just to look at the whole thing and say, oh no, you had 10% that didn't fit within the statute, so I'm not going to allow it. So I'm trying to do what I can to ask all the questions. So what we're going to do at this time is we'll have Mr. Tomczyk ask his questions, and then after he's done, I'll go through the questions that we have here. If I have 1 or 2 questions, then I'll ask 1 or 2 questions. Okay, Mr. Tomczyk.
Thank you. Detective, can you hear me okay?
I can.
And I know we're looking through plexiglass here, but if for whatever reason you don't understand my question or it doesn't make sense to you, just let me know and I'll try to repeat it in a way that does, okay?
Certainly.
You are a detective within the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, correct?
That is correct.
And you've worked in that capacity for in excess of 20 years?
That is correct.
Okay. You're currently assigned to what Mr. Giacomo, on behalf of the state, referred to as the FIT team. Is that right?
That is correct.
And FIT is an abbreviation, right?
It is.
Stands for Force Investigation Team.
It does.
And at the time of this incident, there were 4 other detectives like yourself on that unit, right?
That is correct.
As well as a sergeant?
Yes.
And 2 lieutenants?
A lieutenant. 1 lieutenant would have been assigned with us.
And currently, there's a different lieutenant because the previous lieutenant passed away, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The FIT team doesn't just investigate officer-involved shootings, correct?
Correct.
You investigate use of force within Metro,
Yes.
in custody deaths that occur while someone's in the custody of Metro, right?
Yes.
What else do you investigate?
We'll investigate critical uses of force, potential uses of deadly force, either by an officer or towards an officer, and really anything at the sheriff's discretion.
Okay. To a large extent, the investigative duties within the FIT team is different than a patrol detective or a specialized unit like sex assault or homicide, correct?
That is correct.
Ultimately, you're chosen to be kind of the lead detective on this incident and the one that testifies today, right?
I was.
The other detectives that are within that unit, as well as supervisors, are part of the investigation as well.
Yes.
And you also have the ability to request and utilize crime scene investigation units within Metro, right?
Yes.
So like CSI or ID Tech type units, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when we saw some of the video and photographic evidence from earlier, there's indications that they had been on scene, right?
That is correct.
And they're documenting, collecting, and preserving evidence, correct?
Yes.
The idea behind that is so that you as an investigator can go back and look at all the information as it's preserved, right?
Yes.
One of the other things you and other detectives within the FIT team do is you'll interview witnesses.
Yes.
You'll record them if appropriate and allowed.
Yes.
And you'll memorialize that in the form of a audio recording and a written transcription, right?
That is correct.
Okay. In this particular incident, it's safe to say that there was a lot of what I'll call civil unrest at the time, right?
That is true.
There had been several days of protests in and around downtown Las Vegas.
Yes.
There had been incidents of looting.
Yes.
There had been damage to property.
Yes.
And there had been physical violence amongst different protesters.
That is correct.
This wasn't your normal Tuesday in Metro's jurisdiction, right?
It was not.
Okay. In fact, in the video evidence that you talked about previously, there's actually depicted damage to federal buildings, right?
Yes, there was.
Windows boarded up.
That is correct.
Graffiti on place, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many members in total of law enforcement are in downtown Las Vegas, the Fremont Street, Las Vegas Boulevard, Federal Courthouse area on June 1st of 2020?
I do not have that information.
Safe to say hundreds.
That would be safe to say.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many protesters are present on that date?
I do not have those numbers either.
Several hundred?
I would say more than, yes.
Thousands?
Likely.
Okay. A number of the videos that were collected and preserved as part of this investigation are from law enforcement owned and operated cameras, right?
That is true.
Body-worn cameras?
Some.
Okay. I want, if we can, for you to provide some information about Metro's body-worn cameras. Law enforcement within the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, currently, uniformed officers are all assigned body-worn cameras, correct?
That is correct.
And they're worn on the lapel of their uniform, right?
That is correct.
And they can be turned on in order to capture audio recording, right?
Yes.
And when the camera is activated, what it actually does is backs up 30 seconds and preserves that information 30 seconds from before when it's activated, right?
That is correct.
the video portion, correct?
Yes, so the video is continually recording, similar to a DVR system that you would maybe use at your home. So when the camera is activated, the button is pushed by the officer, the camera feed will back up 30 seconds, the audio will start actually where the button was pushed.
So if I'm a Metro officer, and I'm not, never have been, haven't worn a body-worn camera, but if, for sake of illustration, if I hit the button on my camera, it records what I'm saying contemporaneously, right?
That is true, yes.
And it backs up 30 seconds video to capture that image.
Yes.
Okay. The body-worn cameras themselves, they have a finite battery life, correct?
That is correct.
It's approximately how many hours?
According to the manufacturer, 12 hours.
Okay. So in and around this time, safe to say there are some officers that are working much longer than 12-hour shifts.
That is true. There's many of the officers that were working this night had already worked a standard 10-hour shift, and we're now working an additional shift because of the protests and the unrest.
Okay. So amongst those hundreds of officers, some had body-worn cameras that were working as designed, right?
That's correct.
Some had body-worn cameras that the battery had shut off. Fair?
Yes.
And some officers even reported as part of your investigation that they were stopping and then restarting cameras in order to maintain battery life.
Yes.
Okay. To the extent you can, did yourself and other detectives within the FIT team try to preserve as much video as possible?
Yes, we did.
You also talked about some cameras that were utilized in the days leading up to June 1st from, you termed them, I believe, a fusion camera.
Yes.
What does that mean?
There's a section of the department that it's the Fusion Watch section. They will place cameras throughout different, typically high crime areas to capture different events. You may have seen some of these station or mobile cameras around the area. They typically will have a red and blue light so people realize there's a police camera in the area. And those can be monitored real time, meaning somebody back at the Fusion Watch Center could actually be viewing those cameras in real time, moving the cameras, adjusting the cameras to view different things. Some of the times there are so many cameras that are placed that not all of them will be being viewed continually, meaning somebody might be monitoring several cameras, some of them being in a still position.
Okay. And just so it's clear for anybody that may be curious, the Fusion cameras, many of them are mobile, right?
They are, yes.
They have a base and a tower, and
yes,
you can recognize it if you look at it and think about it. That's a camera up in the sky, right?
Correct.
In Metro, if they have information of an incident or an event, or they have, for whatever reason, the desire to monitor a situation, they can pre-place that camera and someone can watch it in real time.
Yes, sir.
They have the ability to move it as well.
Yes.
They can pan, tilt, and zoom, right?
Yes.
And when we see the cameras moving on the state's PowerPoint examination of you, that's what that is, right?
That is, yes.
Okay. In addition, in this case, there's also a lot of people down there with iPhones and cellular telephones that have camera capabilities, right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your investigation, you actually request that anyone who has information provide it, right?
Yes.
And you actually have a unit that goes on social media and looks for relevant camera information, correct?
We do.
Would you agree with me that it's in your interest to have as much, as many, and as different camera availability as exists for your investigation?
Absolutely.
And did you try to do that in this case?
We did.
Okay. You would agree with me that because of the way this situation unfolded, there are some things that aren't captured close up in high definition of the foot traffic and the shooting itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you had cameras of those angles up close and high definition, would you have played them today?
Yes, we would have.
To the extent you're aware, is any camera that's been preserved by Metro maintained within your investigative file?
It is.
Okay. So if, for whatever reason, civil litigation, future proceedings, that information needs to be accessed, it exists, right?
It does.
Okay. You talked on direct examination about, I believe the term you used was subject officers as part of this investigation.
Yes.
As I listen to that evidence, it sounds to me like the subject officers you identified, Fryman, Emerton, Ferguson, and Loker, are the individuals you've identified that fired deadly rounds at or in the direction of Mr. Gomez. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You also talked specifically about an officer that was armed with less lethal capabilities, an Officer Squayo, if I'm pronouncing that correct.
Yes, sir.
And he's the one that we see on the courthouse steps outside the federal courthouse.
Yes.
You mentioned that he had a firearm, a Remington 870 shotgun, that fired beanbag rounds, as you put it.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that Officer Squayo is not identified as a subject officer, as were the others?
Because Officer Squayo did not take an active part in using lethal force against Mr. Gomez.
The shotgun that that Officer Squayo used, a Remington 870 model, that is a fairly commonly utilized firearm by law enforcement, right?
It is.
It's a pump action shotgun.
Yes.
Shoots 12 gauge rounds.
Yes.
Has a 4 shell capacity, right?
Yes.
It can be outfitted with furniture of a different color to identify it as non-lethal.
That is correct.
And the one that he used, as you depicted in the PowerPoint, had an orange foregrip and stock.
Yes.
To identify it as non-lethal.
Yes.
And then the shells that are used, same size and dimensions as a regular shotgun shell.
Yes, sir.
And a regular shotgun shell would be a lethal round, correct?
Yes.
Those shells are a different color to indicate these are non-lethal, right?
That is correct.
The idea being, if able to be used, non-lethal force can be used to diffuse a situation short of discharging lethal rounds.
Yes.
Okay. Before we move on from that area of inquiry, it appeared to me as I looked at the camera angles from the federal courthouse steps that as Officer Squayo discharged the non-lethal rounds, there were officers in his vicinity that had lethal force weapons.
Yes, sir, there were.
Some with handguns?
Yes.
That had been drawn?
Correct.
And were not discharged?
Correct.
To be clear, in the camera, it appears as if at least one of the officers on the courthouse steps has a long gun.
He does.
Like a modern sporting type rifle, an AR-15.
Yes, sir, one of the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. Utilizes .223 rounds, same as some of the ones that were discharged.
That is correct.
But that weapon did not discharge, correct?
It was not discharged.
Okay. The officers who you identified as subject officers, all of them are rather experienced officers. Is that true?
They are.
At Metro, you're assigned a personnel number?
Yes.
And they go in chronological order?
For the most part, yes.
The higher the P number, kind of the newer you are, right?
That is correct.
These guys had been around a while, right?
Yes, sir. Most of them, during the presentation, was identified as 13 years. They were close to, most of them were closer to being on 14 years, but they were all, the most junior person would have been about 13 years.
And based on their assignment, we can assume that they had training and knew how to use firearms.
Yes, sir. If they're assigned to our as range staff, which is what they were, our firearms training and tactic unit is in charge of the Metro Firearms Range. They would be the ones teaching the classes to the other officers. They would be the ones qualifying and certifying officers on their weapons. So yes, I would say they're proficient in that category.
Okay. I want you to explain, if you can, you talked about these subject officers and their contact as part of the investigation. Do you recall that?
Can you say it again?
Yeah, so these particular subject officers, the 4 individuals that you just identified,
yes,
we talked about by name, they were given an opportunity to make a statement, right?
They were, yes.
Okay. And a law enforcement officer can be approached by a detective within the FIT team and offered the opportunity to make a statement.
That is correct.
They can choose to do that.
Yes, that would be a voluntary statement, no different than if I were conducting a regular homicide investigation with a citizen. that was accused of firing a weapon that would be afforded that same opportunity to give a voluntary statement.
Okay. Use myself as an example. If I'm accused of discharging a firearm and I hurt or kill someone, cops might want to talk to me, right?
Yes, sir.
And they would approach me and ask if I'm willing to answer questions, right?
Yes.
And I have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent if I choose to use it, right?
Absolutely.
I don't have to talk to the cops.
That's correct.
I can choose to keep my mouth shut.
Yes.
Or I can volunteer to speak to the police.
Yes.
These four individuals, you'd agree with me, all invoked their right to remain silent.
That is true.
Okay. There's a separate portion that's not involved in a question and answer interrogation type format called a walkthrough, right?
That is correct.
And that's done whenever there's an officer involved shooting, right?
Yes.
The district attorney, when he was asking you questions, referred to an OIS. When that term is used, we're talking about officer involved shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
Anytime an officer discharges their weapon within the line of duty, they're given the opportunity to walk the scene, to point out items of documentary evidence, and they're not asked questions as they would be in a question and answer format in order not to violate their Fifth Amendment privilege, correct?
That is correct, and that as well is a voluntary motion for them.
They have the opportunity to do it, but they don't have to, right?
Yes.
The four officers in this case, Fryman, Emerton, Ferguson, and Loker, did they all participate in a walkthrough?
They did.
Did they all point out items of what they felt pertinent to their decision to shoot?
They did.
And did they provide some statement as it related to those items?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to those four officers, there were a number of officers who were interviewed.
There was.
And those officers consented to be interviewed, yes?
Those officers, if they are not identified as a subject officer or a person who either directly used force or directed a use of deadly force, would be considered witness officers. And per LVMPD policy, they would be required to give us a statement.
So a witness officer, because they're not the subject of an investigation, don't have that Fifth Amendment privilege. You've got interoffice policy within Metro that says, hey, you guys got to talk to us.
That is correct.
And in this particular case, there's 28 separate officers, detectives, and or supervisors who give witness statements, right?
Yes, sir.
And those are in excess of 24 officers who are in the vicinity and have information to provide, yes?
Yes.
Those statements are memorialized in a recording, yes?
They are.
And they're reduced to a transcript.
They are.
And they're maintained within your file.
Yes, they are.
Should someone later on want to and have the ability to, they can read exactly what those officers said.
Yes.
One of the things that you testified about on direct examination was the potential charges that Mr. Gomez would have been charged with if he had survived. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that he would have been charged with assault with use of a deadly weapon. Is
Yes.
that correct? Carrying a concealed weapon?
Yes.
And possession of a short barrel rifle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that you indicated he would be charged with assault with use of a deadly weapon?
Because the officers had indicated that Mr. Gomez had leveled a rifle or aimed a rifle in their direction, which would have constituted the assault.
Okay. And when you use the term leveled, is that your term or the term of an officer?
That would have been the term of the officers.
Okay. What do you take leveling a weapon to mean?
My personal thoughts on leveling a weapon would be I see the level come to a upward raised position in my direction.
Okay. In other words, if I'm carrying a handgun in a holster, I'm not leveling at you if it's in my holster.
No, sir, you're not.
And if I'm carrying a long gun on a sling and it's over my shoulder, you'd agree that's not leveling.
That is not leveling.
Leveling, from your interpretation, would be raising the rifle up or drawing the handgun.
Correct.
When you watched the video evidence in this case, did you see Mr. Gomez level a rifle?
I did not.
Okay. You'd agree with me that from the evidence that you provided today, there's not a clear depiction of him raising a rifle. You agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. You also mentioned that he would be charged with carrying a concealed weapon. Right?
Yes, sir.
You understand that to a large extent, the state of Nevada is an open carry jurisdiction, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Meaning that if I want to carry a firearm openly, meaning it's not concealed, not under my shirt, not within a bag, I have the right to do that pursuant to state law.
Absolutely.
You understand that there are restrictions to that right, however.
There is.
For instance, certain buildings or public forums can restrict a firearm, right?
Yes, sir, they can.
For instance, if I wanted to walk into the government center today, open carrying a firearm, I would be violating a law, right?
That is true.
And I would not be allowed to do that.
That is correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that in the protest days leading up to June 1st, Mr. Gomez is depicted on camera open carrying, right?
Yes, sir, he was.
You'd agree with me he's non-confrontational with police officers on those days?
That is correct from what I saw.
And you'd agree with me he's open carrying?
Yes.
You can see depicted in the surveillance images and fusion cameras the long gun, right?
Yes.
And the handgun as well, right?
Yes.
Officers don't bother him, he doesn't bother officers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Why is it on June 1st you indicated he would have been charged with carrying a concealed weapon?
As you could see when we watched the videos, you saw the photographs, he was open carry. He did have a handgun, the Glock on his hip, as well as the rifle slung over his shoulder. However, upon opening and inspecting the bag that he was carrying, there was a separate handgun concealed and loaded inside of that bag.
Okay. So I just want to differentiate. When you refer to the term or the charge carrying concealed weapon, you're not talking about the long gun on a sling.
I'm not talking about that.
And you're not talking about the handgun in a holster clearly displayed on his hip.
No, we are not.
You'd agree with me that in your assessment of his carrying weapons, had it just been those two, he would not have faced a charge for carrying a concealed weapon.
That is correct.
The carrying concealed weapon charge refers to a Glock semi-automatic handgun, which was carried within that satchel bag that he had with him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When law enforcement ultimately comes into contact with him after the shooting, is it still in the bag?
It is.
You'd agree with me there's no evidence that he took that gun out, right?
There's not.
You'd agree with me there's no evidence, as far as you can tell, from the entirety of your investigation, that he ever discharged a firearm at all, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So as you sit here today, to the best of your investigative ability, you have not identified that he discharged around at or near officers or pedestrians?
That is correct.
Okay. The last charge you mentioned is possession of a short-barreled rifle.
Yes, sir.
Under Nevada law, if you have a gun of a certain length, it's a rifle, right?
That is correct.
And the rifle has to have a barrel of a certain length, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want you to clarify, if you can, for anyone listening who may not understand, there's alleged to be 3 weapons that Mr. Gomez has in his possession, right?
Yes, sir.
All 3 of them are actually Glock semi-automatic handguns, right?
They are.
The one within the satchel, correct?
Yes.
The one in a holster on his hip, correct?
Yes.
And the long gun is actually a Glock semi-automatic handgun, correct?
It is.
And it's inserted into, you use the term RONI, it's R-O-N-I, that's
Yes,
the name by the manufacturer given to that object.
That is correct.
And the way that works is it's a foldable frame, right?
Yes.
You can open it up and slide a semi-automatic handgun of a Glock manufactured pistol
Yes.
inside that exoskeleton.
Yes.
And it closes up.
It does.
Okay. So the trigger and the handle where the magazine is fed is the same as a semi-automatic handgun.
It is still a Glock semi-automatic handgun, yes.
But it's within a larger frame.
Yes.
And it looks kind of ominous.
It could, yes.
I mean, to a normal lay person not trained in law enforcement, to see that might be scarier than a little revolver pistol. Fair?
Yes, I played the video where the people in it were referring to him as carrying a machine gun. So yes, I believe it could look ominous to people.
In that video you're talking about, that's video that was obtained from social media. Someone says, look, he's got a machine gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. That particular, it's called a conversion kit, the RONI conversion kit, right? There is a barrel within a semi-automatic handgun, right?
Yes.
And it's relatively short.
It is.
Less than 4 inches.
Correct.
Okay. You can take that barrel out, right?
Yes.
Relatively simple to do, right?
Yes.
And then there's a 16-inch long barrel that comes with that conversion kit.
Yes, it does.
And the reason that that barrel is 16 inches is because under most laws, a barrel for a rifle has to be 16 inches, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And if you are to convert that semi-automatic handgun by putting it in the exoskeleton and attaching the 16-inch barrel, it becomes a rifle, right?
It does.
A legal, lawful rifle.
Yes, it would be classified as a rifle at that point.
Okay. And the manufacturer of that Roni conversion kit actually says in their literature, hey, you got to put this 16-inch long barrel on in order to make it a rifle, right?
Correct.
Otherwise, your barrel's too short and you're in possession of a short barrel rifle.
Yes,
Nevada has a statute specifically addressing short barrel rifles.
it does.
And if the barrel's shorter, then it's not legal, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that some people may not know that.
I would agree with that, yes.
You'd agree with me that you and I probably know a lot more about firearms and firearms laws than most people on the street, right?
Than most, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, you have no idea why or why not Mr. Gomez didn't include the 16-inch barrel.
I have no idea why he did not.
Okay. One of the things you talked about on direct examination is that ultimately you get search warrants for Mr. Gomez's residence and his vehicle and his electronics, right?
Correct.
You actually go through the search history on his telephone.
We do.
And you find a number of different Google or search engine type searches, right?
Yes.
One of them is specifically related to that Roni firearm, right?
It was. It was how to insert the Glock into the Roni exoskeleton.
Okay. And when was that search done?
It was done that day.
So on June 1st of 2020?
Yes.
So it appears from your investigation, you don't know what's inside his head, but it appears that he's looking up how to do that, right?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. You have no way of knowing as you sit here today whether Mr. Gomez intended to carry a short barrel rifle or he just didn't know how to put it together.
I wouldn't know that, no.
Okay. The Glock semi-automatic handgun within the Roni conversion frame is a Glock 23, right?
I believe so, yes.
That's a 40 caliber weapon.
Yes.
And it has a double stack magazine that fits in the handle.
Yes, it does.
Full magazine, right?
Full magazine.
Nothing to indicate it's discharged.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that the trigger of that weapon was depressed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to clarify what that means. In a Glock semi-automatic handgun, if there's no round in the chamber, meaning I insert a magazine and I pull the trigger will remain depressed, right?
That is correct.
And then if I rack the slide, pull it back, let it go forward, it'll chamber around and the trigger will reset.
That is correct.
Okay. In this particular case, there is no round in the chamber.
Correct.
Okay. So, just purely a mechanic standpoint, it's possible that that trigger is depressed before the magazine's ever inserted, right?
It's possible, yes.
And it would have remained that way because the firearm wasn't racked and a round rechambered.
That is possible, yes.
Right. It's also possible the trigger was set forward when the magazine was inserted, right?
Yes.
And no round was placed within the chamber.
That is correct.
And if the trigger were pulled, it would remain back.
It would.
You have no way of knowing, as you sit here today, or in any part of your investigation, when that trigger was depressed, right?
Correct.
It's possible that it was pointed and the trigger pulled back and no round came out, right?
Yes.
And it's possible it was just like that the whole time.
Yes.
You have no way of knowing.
No.
You had indicated that Mr. Gomez was wearing a tactical vest with body armor, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's just a vest that fits over the head. You can put a steel plate in the front or the back, and it would create some type of a barrier should a projectile be fired in your direction.
Yes, sir.
Nothing illegal about that, right?
No.
If he had been downtown walking around with a tactical vest on, could have been for his protection.
Absolutely. Okay. In the surveillance videos taken nights prior when he had no contact with law enforcement, he was wearing what appeared to be the same vest.
You had talked on direct examination and answered a number of questions, and you went through it on the PowerPoint about the social media and text message history of Mr. Gomez, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigation, there is at least a belief that there may have been some ideology that Mr. Gomez subscribed to, right?
Yes, sir.
You used the term on direct examination that he had been radicalized. Do you remember that?
I did.
And I just want to be clear where that came from. Is that your term?
That was the term used by his father.
Okay. Mr. Gomez's father comes into contact with law enforcement relatively soon after the shooting, right?
He does.
Shooting happens at what time?
Just to give a reference for when he would have been contacted. I was just going to use my timeline to specifically show when the coroner's office would have reached out to him. I don't have her exact time, but I would have when she contacted us after the fact. So the shooting happened at 23:22 hours,
okay.
So 11:22. And we had contact with the coroner investigator who had already reached out to Mr. Gomez when we talked to her. You know what? I don't see the time in my synopsis of when we spoke with her. I don't see the time documented, but it would have been shortly thereafter. I would estimate maybe 1:30 a.m.
Okay, so shooting happens ballpark 11:30, just shy of.
Yes, sir.
And within a couple of hours, someone within law enforcement's in contact with Mr. Gomez's father.
Yes.
Okay, and he gives a statement to, not a memorialized statement, but he contacts or has contact with law enforcement and says certain things, right?
Yes.
And that relates to a number of different topics, amongst which he talks about Mr. Gomez being involved in the BLM movement, right?
Yes, he does.
And he uses the term, according to detectives, that he's been radicalized in his views.
Correct.
Okay. You'd agree with me that that's not memorialized in a recording, right?
The interview with him?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. And it's not reduced to a transcription like the other statements we're talking about?
No, it would not have been.
Okay. It is contained within the FIT investigation team report, right?
It is.
And I just want to talk about that real quick before we move on. You compiled a report of the results of your investigation in this case.
That is correct.
It's very thorough.
As to the best of my ability, yes.
It's 127 pages long with exhibits, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's got a lot of information in there.
Yes.
You have an understanding that after the proceedings today, that becomes a public record document, right?
It does.
There will be redacted from it personal identifying information that's protected by statute, right?
Yes, sir.
In other words, like my social security number or phone number, you're not going to give to somebody if I'm a witness, right?
Right.
But everything else that you testified about that's within this report will be made available by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department today.
It will.
Okay. It'll be accessible by a link.
Yes.
And people can download it, read it, print it off, keep it if they want it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, there are other reports within Metro related to this investigation that will be made public, right?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And if someone were to contact Metro Records at the conclusion of this and say, hey, I want to take a look at that report, they'd be given information and access to that report.
Yes, they would.
Okay. The social media and text message information, the start of that investigation happens shortly after talking to Mr. Gomez's father, yes?
It does, yes.
Okay. And you guys do everything you can as part of your investigation to identify, document, collect digital communication from Mr. Gomez and others.
Yes.
Right? That includes text messages.
Yes, sir.
That includes social media messaging.
Yes.
That includes comments and statements made on other people's social media posts.
Yes, it would.
You get a search warrant to go through his phone and his electronics and to find that information.
That is correct.
Okay.
As well as outside sources. For instance, Facebook would have been served a search warrant directly for some of that information.
Okay. You as a law enforcement officer within Metro, you don't go back later after you've read what you want and delete any posts on social media, right?
I would have no access to that, no.
Okay. So if someone in Georgia makes a comment about something and someone in California comments on it next, and then Mr. Gomez here in Las Vegas makes a comment on there, and it's out there. It's still there as far as you're aware, right?
That is correct. Yes.
You guys didn't do anything to get rid of that information.
No.
So if someone wanted to read Mr. Gomez's social media post and his page is still up or his comments haven't been removed by the poster of someone else's, they're still there, right?
To the best of my knowledge, the only way those would not be there would be if the original poster had removed their items, or if somebody that had access to Mr. Gomez's accounts would be able to go in, but we would not be able to go in and remove anything or alter anything.
Okay. Mr. Gomez's personal electronics, his cell phone, and what other electronics may have been taken pursuant to search warrant, they're impounded as part of your investigation, yes?
They are, yes.
You create an image of them and take the information off them, yes?
That's correct.
At the conclusion of this case, you're done with those items, right?
That's correct.
They'll be returned to whoever the rightful owner of them would be, right?
Yes.
So an heir, a family member would be able to retrieve those items.
Yes.
You haven't wiped anything off of them, right?
No.
Okay, so they're still in the same condition they were at the time they were taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay. So any and all information that you've reviewed and reduced to your report contained within his electronics, the family of Mr. Gomez and their counsel will be able to access that as well now that the investigation's over.
Yes.
All right. I want to talk to you about, if I could, the actual shooting incident itself. You'd agree with me that there's an ongoing protest that happens over several hours.
Yes.
At some point, there's a decision made that this is an unlawful assembly and we need to send people home.
Yes.
Who makes that decision?
Who made the decision that night? I couldn't say for sure, but that would not be at a patrol level. That would be at Metro or North Las Vegas leadership level.
Okay. And in this particular incident, there's actually multiple jurisdictions. It's not just Metro, right?
That is correct.
North Las Vegas is present?
Yes, sir.
In and around the federal courthouse, U.S. Marshals are present?
Yes, sir.
Is there a delineation of real estate in terms of where people are, or a decision made between the different jurisdictions as to who's going to post up where and what they're going to do?
The decisions would have been, for the most part, made prior to as needs occur, but it was somewhat fluid in the sense that if the protests were moving, say, from Fremont and 7th Street westbound toward the boulevard, it would be a fluid movement of North Las Vegas moving to one location, Metro moving to a separate location. So those roles may have changed throughout the night that evening.
Okay. When you were talking on direct examination, you referred to what you called a skirmish line.
Yes, sir.
What is a skirmish line?
Skirmish line is basically it's where you see the line of officers form, for lack of a better term, a wall. That would be what they would try to use to basically make a human barriers to stop the crowd's movement in a certain direction.
Okay. So law enforcement, for various reasons, might say, hey, this is where we're going to cut the protest off, right?
Yes, sir.
And they would create a human wall, right?
Yes.
And you referred to it as a skirmish line.
Yes, sir.
Am I to assume then that if someone tries to cross that line, there may be a skirmish?
There may be a skirmish and they would likely be taken into custody.
Okay. If people are walking and protesting outside of a skirmish line and not crossing any law enforcement barrier and not threatening or committing crimes in the eye of law enforcement, they were allowed to protest for a period of time, yes?
Yes, sir.
At some point, there's a decision made, time to send everybody home.
Yes.
Okay. And law enforcement endeavors to move people in a certain direction.
That is correct.
Okay. From your review of the evidence, it appears as if law enforcement is telling people to move in what direction at about 11:30?
Southbound down Las Vegas Boulevard.
Okay. So southbound, you'd agree with me, is the direction that Mr. Gomez was traveling when he came into contact with the federal courthouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've reviewed all of the video that's been maintained by Metro. It appears to me that there are many different large crowds moving in unison in different directions, yes?
Yes.
It appears to me that at the time Mr. Gomez is coming up to the federal courthouse, there are fewer people in that vicinity, yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. There are a couple individuals walking kind of in unison, a few steps behind him, but on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
On the opposite side of the street.
Yes.
It appears to me as if those individuals, there's two of them, have their hands up.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm aware of who you're referencing, yes.
Okay. Were those individuals arrested?
I do not know.
Okay. You would agree with me they weren't taken into custody?
Not on video, no.
Okay.
Further south, there were several vehicles that were taking individuals into custody down in that direction. By that point, most of the protesters had cleared out of the area, meaning dispersed out of the area. There were very few stragglers left in those vicinities, and so people were being taken into custody outside of camera view that we were specifically looking at during this presentation. So if the people on the west side of the street that you're referencing may have been taken into custody by the officers that were further south, I'm unaware of that, though.
Okay. It appears that on the same side of the street as Mr. Gomez, on the east side of the street, traveling southbound, there's an individual immediately behind him with a skateboard.
Yes, sir.
You're going to, he's kind of holding that skateboard at his side in the video?
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't have immediate contact with law enforcement at that location, right?
He does not.
He just vacates the area.
Correct.
And the cops, the marshals, Metro, North Las Vegas, nobody like confronts him, right?
That is correct.
He just leaves.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gomez at that point in time is kind of by himself in front of the federal courthouse steps.
Yes.
It appears from watching the video overall that he slows down significantly.
He does, yes.
Okay. It appears as if there is verbal communication from law enforcement to him. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And that's consistent with what you, that video appearing to be verbal communication is consistent with what you heard in your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have knowledge or understanding of whether or not there was verbal communication from Mr. Gomez to law enforcement at that time?
Only the statement made by Officer Squeo.
Which was what?
When Officer Squeo stated that when he told Mr. Gomez to stay behind the barriers, that he responded with what barriers.
Okay. That's the extent of the communication, at least as it's relayed from Mr. Gomez to law enforcement.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. At that time, as he's walking, a statement is made to him, according to your investigation, stay on the other side of those barriers.
Yes, sir.
Stay away from those barriers? Something along those lines?
Something along those lines.
Okay. Were there physical barriers placed for that particular event at that time?
For that event, no. Those barriers that were in front of the courthouse steps are permanent fixtures there.
Okay. Precisely my point. There are pole barriers about waist high that run up in front of those steps all the way the length of those steps, right?
Correct.
I would assume they're put there so a car doesn't drive up there. Would you agree with that?
I would think that's a safe assumption, yes.
Okay. But they're not marked in like orange, right?
No.
They're not identifiable and say, keep out, no trespassing.
Correct.
They're just, they fit in with the overall decor of that courthouse, and they're just there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the information you have is Mr. Gomez says, what barriers, right?
Correct.
And at that point, it appears as if an officer is putting on gloves on the stairs. Do you see that?
Yes.
And he actually runs down the stairs, right?
Correct.
Not casually.
Correct.
It appears as if he's aggressively running down the stairs, right?
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
And you have an understanding from your investigation. He's putting on gloves and running fast to take Mr. Gomez into custody.
That's correct.
Okay. At that time, those particular officers are not aware that Mr. Gomez has a firearm, right?
Correct.
In fact, Officer Squeo, who discharges the non-lethal beanbag rounds, believes it to be a baseball bat, right?
That's correct.
In other videos and other protesters and other incidents, there are people with baseball bats, right?
Yes, they were somewhat seen. I don't want to use the word common, but there had been many of them seen during the protests.
Yeah, in the days leading up to that, there's lots of baseball bats knocking out lots of windows to steal lots of stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Officer Squeo believes that to be a baseball bat.
Yes.
Okay. His statement is he believes that Mr. Gomez may strike officers with the bat.
That was his statement, yes.
And so he makes a decision to fire the non-lethal rounds.
That's correct.
Okay. For purposes of a timeline, approximately 2 minutes prior to this, radio traffic comes out that an officer has been shot.
Correct.
In a separate incident as part of a different protest at a different location.
Yes, sir.
Relatively in the same vicinity, but quite some distance away, in that wouldn't be confused as it being the same protesters, right?
I can't say what the officers on scene would have believed. They would have just known that, yes, somewhere on Las Vegas Boulevard, an officer had been shot. I don't know if all those officers were aware of the actual distance or not.
Okay. When a call comes out that an officer's been shot, that circulates quickly, right?
It does, very quickly.
And understandably, that's a big deal to law enforcement, right?
It is.
One of our own's been shot.
Correct.
And there is a mass of law enforcement that are going to that location to assist with that investigation.
Yes, sir.
It's a dynamic situation.
Yes, sir.
It's changing and happening real quick.
Yes.
Radio traffic's coming out in real time.
Yes.
A number of metro vehicles start traveling southbound on Las Vegas Boulevard, right?
Correct.
And that's all the lights we see that are kind of interfering with the cameras.
Yes.
And they're going to that other shooting.
Correct.
Which happened over near the Circus, right?
That's correct.
Some distance away from the federal courthouse.
Yes.
Okay. As that information is being broadcast, law enforcement can hear it, right?
Yes.
Most law enforcement officers have the ability to communicate through radio or otherwise.
Correct.
And there is radio traffic constantly giving information and updating calls for service, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So in this case, they're hearing it as it's happening.
Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, Officer Squeo is discharging non-lethal rounds a couple minutes later, right?
That is correct.
And to someone who's not there watching and knows what the orange shotgun with the fluorescent shells means, it sounds like a gun being fired, right?
It would.
It sounds just like if I were to unload a 12 gauge with double-aught buckshot in it.
It was, yes.
Okay. Mr. Gomez hits the ground, presumably when he's either struck or trips trying to avoid being struck by shotgun rounds.
Correct.
And he jumps up real quick?
Yes.
And keeps running?
Correct.
You would agree with me that sitting here today, we have the hindsight of the benefit of hindsight in order to say what should or shouldn't have happened, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. As you sit here today, if Mr. Gomez would have put his hands up and not run, quite likely he wouldn't have been shot fatally, right?
It would be an assumption on my part, but I do believe that's likely what would have happened, yes.
Okay. As we sit here today, it is a pretty normal human reaction to run from being shot at, right?
Yes, I would think so.
So you can go into a situation planning to be peaceful and passive, and when someone shoots shotgun sounding rounds at you, you might run, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the officers who talks about Officer Gomez running into that fatal shooting situation indicates that it appears he has a long gun on a sling.
Correct.
And he identifies it as a single point sling.
Yes, sir.
There are different types of rifle slings, yes?
There are, yes.
A single point sling is a loop with one point of contact on the weapon, right?
Yes.
And it's good for if you just want to get the weapon out of your way, but you don't want to sit it down, right?
Correct.
But if you run with it, it's bouncing everywhere, right?
That is correct.
Have you ever run with something that's bouncing around?
Yes, sir, I have.
It's awkward, right?
It is.
A natural instinct might be to stop it from bouncing, right?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't mean you're going to do anything with that object, just means you want it to stop bouncing.
Yes.
Okay. In this situation, you believe from talking to the officers who discharged their weapons that they believe he secured a bouncing weapon and pointed it at them, right?
That officer specifically in the statement, yes, that was his belief.
And other officers within that same vicinity who discharged their weapons said, I believed he was going to shoot us with that weapon.
That is correct.
And they made the decision to discharge theirs.
I didn't receive a statement from the officers that discharged their weapons, but other officers that were in their general vicinity, several of them drew their firearms, believing it was going to be a deadly force encounter, but did not fire.
In fact, a lot of officers drew their weapons and didn't fire, right?
That is correct.
The officers who did, there were 4, yes?
Yes.
How many total rounds were discharged?
I'd have to look back through my report. I believe 19.
Okay. Do you know how many struck Mr. Gomez?
Yes. Mr. Gomez, let me just refer to my notes, was struck with 2 perforating wounds, or through and through, as well as 6 penetrating, which means they were still remained, or a portion of that round remained in the body.
Okay.
So it appears a total of 8 times.
Okay. And obviously the end result was those wounds were fatal, yes?
Correct.
Okay. You'd agree with me that this situation from the beginning of the courthouse steps to when the 8 rounds strike him is a very quick period of time?
Yes, it is.
How many seconds in total?
Just basing off the timeline that we were using, when Mr. Gomez began to run was 23:21 hours, and at 23:22 was when shots fired was broadcast, and that was at 23:22 and 15 seconds. I imagine we'll be talking a period 15 to 30 seconds.
Okay. So in less than half a minute, all that plays out.
Correct.
And there's a lot of visualization, decision-making, and action that happens in that time.
Yes, sir, there is.
The 19 shots that are fired, they happen within a matter of 2.5 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very quickly.
Yes.
Okay. Metro has training within their organization about how to interact with citizens, yes?
Yes.
Part of the training has to do with the interaction with citizens who open carry firearms.
That is correct.
Metro officers are trained to use firearms as part of their duty weapons, yes?
They are.
You'd agree with me, there's no training to determine a differentiation between the sound of a lethal versus a non-lethal round.
That is true.
Okay, you can't tell a difference.
No.
Sounds the same.
Correct.
Okay. In your investigation and talking to the various law enforcement agencies, there is information that law enforcement is aware of Mr. Gomez and the fact that he could be a potential threat long before the shooting situation.
There was.
Okay. And in fact, there's video of that interaction, right?
That's correct.
Further down to the north on the Fremont Street area where people walk and congregate, there's a protest happening there earlier on in the evening.
Yes, sir.
And there's a skirmish line there.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Gomez is actually at the front of the citizens near that skirmish line.
Yes, sir.
And there is recorded on camera interaction between him and law enforcement.
Yes.
They give him commands.
Correct.
And he responds in not a friendly way, right?
That's correct.
It's depicted on camera a number of times, him saying, fuck you. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then later, as there's an attempt to move citizens southbound on Las Vegas Boulevard, there's that video where he appears to be behind an electronics box.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As you sit here today, you don't know why he's there, right?
Do not.
Doesn't really make sense watching the video. He kind of hunkers down behind that box, right?
Correct.
Could be for any number of reasons, right?
Yes.
Law enforcement there is at least concerned that it's because he's going to ambush them, right?
Yes.
And they identify that he's got a gun.
They do.
Readily apparent.
Yes.
They call out 413, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a Metro 400 code for a person with a gun. Right?
Yes, sir.
Everybody that hears that knows what it means.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that incident, it appears as if Mr. Gomez actually touches the firearm in the holster in his right hand.
It does.
Consistent with what you'd see if it was about to be drawn.
That is correct.
And in fact, that information is relayed to you in your investigation by law enforcement.
It was.
You'd agree with me that he doesn't actually draw that gun.
He does not.
In all the video reviewed, it doesn't appear he draws the gun at all, right?
Correct.
It actually falls out of the holster when he falls to the ground, right?
That is what is believed, yes.
Okay. And it actually is picked up and carried with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about related to Officer Squeo and the discharge of non-lethal rounds, he identifies a particular type of breathing that Mr. Gomez is doing.
He does.
He identifies it as combat breathing.
He did.
You heard that term in his interview, right?
I did.
And you saw it in writing, right?
I did.
Does anyone ever ask him what combat breathing means?
No, so I personally did not conduct that interview, but upon review of the upon reviewing that interview, there was no question to pose to Mr. Officer Squeo as to what he meant by combat breathing.
As you sit here, you don't have any definition of combat breathing, right?
I don't have a definition of combat breathing.
It's not something that's taught within like a law enforcement academy as far as you're aware.
As far as I'm aware.
You've never had any training with Metro as to combat breathing?
I've had training personally with some other classes where we talk about breathing, but not necessarily use the term combat breathing.
You'd agree with me that's not like a commonly used law enforcement term?
No, it's not a commonly used term.
Following the initial stages of the investigation, do yourself and or other detectives within the FIT team meet with members of the Gomez family?
Yes.
How long after?
Within a couple of days. I want to say the first time we personally met, or members of the FIT team would have personally met with the family, would have been on June 5th.
Okay. So a few days after the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Metro invited the Gomez family and said, hey, we'll provide you with our initial findings, we'll show you some evidence, things like that, right?
That is correct.
During that meeting, were they allowed to see some of the video evidence?
They were.
Okay. And that's some of the same video evidence that you referred to today?
Yes.
If they had other evidence, or anyone had other evidence and said, hey, I've got video of this incident, I want to give it to you, would you have taken receipt of it?
Absolutely.
Are you aware that Metro does a press briefing after an officer-involved shooting?
I am aware of the press briefing, yes.
That happened in this case, right?
It did.
There was information about Mr. Gomez that officers wouldn't have known at the time of shooting, right?
That was released at the press briefing?
Yes.
Yes.
So in other words, at the time officers discharge their weapons and fatally strike Mr. Gomez, they don't know his name, right?
Correct.
They don't know his criminal history.
They do not.
They don't know anything about him other than what they see right then and there.
Correct.
In the press briefing, there is released evidence about Mr. Gomez's past, right?
There was.
There's talk of his previous charges for possession of marijuana.
That's correct.
Okay. You have an understanding he wasn't convicted of those charges, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea why that information was included in the press briefing?
I know. The press briefing is made up by our public information officer as well as input from legal. The information they initially get is from the force investigation team, but I would have not put together the press briefing.
Okay. Your duties as a detective within the FIT team is to find out what happened and why, right?
Correct.
Okay. You don't decide what information is released to the media.
Correct.
Someone else within Metro does that, right?
Yes.
So if anybody has a question about that, they can address it to Metro elsewhere. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. You talked on direct examination about the various search warrants that were executed.
Yes, sir.
There was one done at Mr. Gomez's apartment.
There was.
There was one done in his lawyer's office.
There was.
Okay. Can you tell me the purpose of the search warrant executed at his apartment?
Certainly. So based on the information that we had previously received from the father on his belief of the radicalization, on the belief that maybe there was he was being paid by different organizations or groups, the timing in conjunction with other unrest and the shooting of Officer Michelonis, there was a thought that all of these incidents may be linked together, may have been some sort of planned activity, and a search warrant was conducted to look for evidentiary items in response to any co-conspirators, like-minded individuals, manifestos, material that would have documented any kind of pre-planning or his intents. That was the reason for the search warrant at the apartment.
Okay.
As well as the vehicle.
Okay. Part and parcel of that search warrant, you get a number of things that we talked about before, the electronics, et cetera.
Correct.
Right? You would agree with me that part of the reason for that search is information you received from family members or others affiliated with Mr. Gomez who say he might have a connection with an organization.
Correct.
And you, as a law enforcement officer, want to investigate, make sure there's not anybody else out there who's in some way responsible for criminal activity, and that no one else is going to get hurt if it can be avoided, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you execute the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
To be clear, you'd agree with me that the fruits of that search warrant don't reveal that he's part of any big criminal conspiracy, right?
That is correct.
There's no joint co-conspirators out there, right?
Correct.
He's not planning, as far as you know, to orchestrate like a multi-sectional attack on different agencies within law enforcement.
Nope, nothing was revealed in that.
Okay. He's certainly got information about his own individual ideologies, right?
Yes, sir.
And he talks about things he's going to do in the days leading up to that incident.
That is correct.
Okay. But to be clear, it's not a overreaching criminal conspiracy, right?
Correct.
Okay. You'd agree with me that the incident on the courthouse steps through the discharging of the fatal rounds, there is no audio recording of the interaction of Mr. Gomez and officers, right?
That is correct.
There's no verbal capture there, right?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to be clear about one thing. The incident on the steps, it appears that Mr. Gomez is running from that incident, right?
It does.
And he's actually shot while running away from that location, right?
In the sense that while he was running from that location, he was shot, yes, but he was not, I want to clarify, he was not shot by those officers from the courthouse steps. He was shot by the officers on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard in the direction he was running, which was away from the courthouse steps.
So just so we're clear, non-fatal rounds happen and he runs from them, right?
Correct.
And as he's running northbound,
yes, sir,
on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard,
yes,
armed officers on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard see him running,
yes,
believe he's got a weapon,
yes,
believe he may use it,
yes,
and they discharge rounds.
correct.
Would you agree with me that according to the autopsy, well, let me ask you this, were you present at autopsy?
I was not present at autopsy.
Okay. Other detectives were?
Correct.
There's an autopsy report generated?
There is.
That's maintained in the ordinary course of business within the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes, sir.
And in that document, it details the injuries sustained by Mr. Gomez.
It does.
To include those 8 separate gunshot wounds you identified earlier.
It does.
And it also describes in detail the location of those wounds.
It does.
You would agree with me that he's shot at various places in the body.
I would.
He's got upper extremity injuries, right?
Yes, he does.
He's got wounds to his head and his face.
He does.
He's also got wounds to his back. You'd agree with that?
I would.
Okay. How many shots does he have in the back? Do you know?
For that, I would refer to the actual coroner's report.
Okay. Do you have it with you?
I do. So based on the coroner's findings, he received a penetrating gunshot wound to the head, a perforating gunshot wound of the nose, a penetrating gunshot wound of the left flank, a penetrating gunshot wound of the left hip, a penetrating gunshot wound of the back, a penetrating gunshot wound of the right side, a penetrating gunshot wound of the left hand, and a perforating gunshot wound of the left thigh.
Okay. So he's shot on the left side of his body, yes?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with what you would think shooting from the west side of the street to the east, right?
Yes, sir.
He's also got injuries to his face and his head.
Correct.
His extremities.
Yes, sir.
As well as to his back, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you real briefly about his truck. Following the incident, there's an endeavor taken by law enforcement to locate his truck.
Correct.
a City of Las Vegas parking enforcement officer had actually placed a ticket on it in the days afterwards, right?
They did.
And the truck is not located as it was parked that night by law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay. Have you received information that it appears as if Mr. Gomez was walking towards his truck at the time this incident happened?
I've heard that statement made by family members. I don't know where that information came from. There was nothing in his social media history that would have stated where he was headed to. The truck would have been on the block west of the location he was currently at.
Okay, so I just want to break it down geographically. So he's walking southbound on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
On the east side of the street.
Yes, sir.
His vehicle, where you believe it was parked, based on the ticket information,
Correct.
was in the direction he was originally walking. It was southbound of the courthouse, right?
If I understand your question right, he would have been southbound on Las Vegas Boulevard. The vehicle was on 4th Street, which is 1 block west of his location.
Okay.
So he's walking south. At the time of the officer-involved shooting, the truck would have been almost directly west of his location on the adjacent block.
Okay. So to get to the vehicle, he would have to walk up to the next cross street, right?
Correct.
And take a right.
Correct.
Which would have made him go westbound, right?
Correct.
So he could have walked southbound. If there hadn't been the interaction with officers, he could have walked that block southbound, right?
Correct.
Taken a right westbound, right?
Yes, sir.
Walked to his truck and gone home.
Come back northbound, but yes, sir.
Oh, okay. The vehicle itself, at the time the incident happened, you'd agree with me that no one involved in that interaction knows where his vehicle is parked.
Nobody knew at that time where the vehicle was, no.
And he, as far as you're aware from your investigation, understanding it's not recorded, that verbal interaction, there's no report that he says, I'm going to my vehicle, right?
Nothing that says that, no.
Okay. You'd agree with me that it's entirely possible that had he not come into contact with law enforcement officers, he could have been walking to his vehicle?
He could have, yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me he would have had to cross across the 4 lanes of traffic or 6 lanes of traffic on Las Vegas Boulevard to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
But there are crosswalks and the
There
ability to do that.
Yes.
Okay. You as a fit investigation team detective do not make decisions about when and if charges should be filed related to an officer-involved shooting, right?
We do not.
You do an investigation, yes?
Yes.
You've stated that you try to be as thorough as possible.
Yes.
And then that information is submitted to a prosecutorial agency.
It is.
In most cases, that would be the Clark County DA's office.
That's correct.
You don't make the decision about whether or not to file a criminal complaint or to seek an indictment, right?
No, we do not.
Okay. As you sit here today, you'd agree with me that you don't know the entirety of the thought process that goes into that decision.
I do not.
You do your part, someone else does their part.
That is correct.
Okay. You don't have any idea how much money is involved paid by the City of Las Vegas or the County of Clark for the investigation of officer-involved shootings?
I don't.
Okay. And last question, you don't have any idea about what within an investigation would make it the type of a case where the Clark County DA's office would seek to file a charge?
If I'm understanding you right, do I have a understanding of what would cause them to file charges?
Yes.
I could give my personal speculation, but as far as their decision-making goes and the conversations they have, I wouldn't know any of that.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. You guys okay? Yeah, I'll just follow back on your question. It's all right. Okay. If there are any other questions that were passed along, you need time to bring that over. Take a look at them. Maybe I'll get to those after you get to yours. I realize you don't want to get but I do need to read yours. So what I'm going to do is awesome. Thank you. All right. So sorry about that up there. what we're talking about is that I've just been handed more questions. So Mr. DiGiacomo or Mr. Palau might have some follow-up. So what will happen is I'll ask these that I have. They'll ask their follow-up. I'll be able to look through these, and that'll be it unless you feel like you have anything before I get to these questions, okay? All right. So please, 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 if you're going to write down more questions, please try and do it while I am asking this set of questions. I would greatly appreciate it. Otherwise, as I said before, we'd get into an endless loop, and we're not going to do that. All right. Some of these you've already answered. What I'm going to do is read the first person's name, last initial, so they know that it's their question being asked. Some of them I might be able to say we've just handled that. Okay. So the first one, for instance, Ricardo T. was asking about how many times Mr. Gomez was hit by live rounds. Did any hit him in the back? You just got done answering that with
yes, sir.
With Mr. Tomczyk's question, so I don't feel there's a need to go into that. Hopefully, Ricardo T. was able to hear that. If not, there's a recording of all this. Next one is from, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, Ares R. Question, where are the videos that showed that he did not point his gun at the officers? Again, I think you guys went through that, and I think that Mr. Tomczyk said that you had the whole discussion about, well, go ahead, you just briefly explain.
No, all but one of the videos were shown here today. I know there had been mention that in a press conference that there was some newly released video. I have not seen anything else from any other persons that we are not in the possession of.
I think part of the question, too, is something that was brought up on Mr. Tomczyk as to whether, in fact, a firearm was ever pointed by Mr. Gomez.
And I would say, based on the review of the video that we do have, it's indiscernible if there was or was not.
Excuse me. We're getting through all these questions. He's answering all the questions. We've had good decorum all through this. I understand that some things are upsetting, but please, again, it's being recorded. Other people want to hear this who can't be in here, so let's just give them that respect so they can hear it too, okay? Thank you. So, the next question was about how his path was, Mr. Gomez, coming down the street, and you had this discussion about trying to get ultimately to where the car was. So, this says, if the person needed to cross the street at the crosswalk and stopped in front of his car, would that have warranted arrest?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. He needed to cross the street at the crosswalk, so he had to go, as Mr. Tomczyk, he had to go south, and then he would have gone to the right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, to get to his car.
Yes, sir.
Would that have warranted arrest?
To go to the vehicle?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't believe so, but I don't know. Again, people in that general area that were walking were being taken into custody because they were still in the area after dispersal orders had been given. Is there a chance that he still would have been detained? Possibly, but had he continued to walk, he may have been able to make it to the car, yes.
This one I don't quite understand. It's going back to the text message.
And I'm sorry if I repeat. It's very loud, so it's just, so it's hard to hear.
We're hearing some outside noise, but that's fine. There was this next question. I'll try and phrase it so I can understand it, and it goes to the text messages. And it says, why was the text to his father saying he was heading out to pick him up left out of the text shown? So that goes to whether, in fact, all the texts are available, whether there was any way for Metro to do anything with the texts.
Yeah, there were texts that his father was asking, hey, are you coming to get me? He was, based on the text messaging, it appeared though he was supposed to pick his father up from work. There was also a text message that he had told his father maybe he should find another way home because he was caught up in the protests and was unable to get to the vehicle. And then the altercation or interaction between officers and Jorge Gomez would have happened.
Okay. There's this. This is part of the questions from a person identified as Chris P. I don't know if it says who or where was the sergeant who ordered Mr. Gomez to be grabbed.
That would have been on Fremont Street. There was actually two different sergeants that would have done it. LVMPD sergeant that was on Fremont Street after he had been behind the power box had formed an arrest team to take Mr. Gomez into custody. They stated he was being an agitator. And previous to that, a North Las Vegas sergeant had also instructed a group of officers that if they were to come in contact with him, he wanted him taken for agitating as well.
Okay, why did he make that request? I think you just answered it.
Yeah, I don't know that I could go any further than their thought process than what they told their officers.
Was that sergeant interviewed?
That sergeant was not interviewed. That was just taken from the body-worn camera conversation.
Okay, were the officers at the courthouse, the federal courthouse, aware of this order?
No, they were not.
Okay. Is the mere possession of a short-barreled rifle a basis to use lethal force?
The mere possession would not be, no.
Okay. Again, same thing with a concealed firearm. Would the mere possession of a concealed firearm be a basis for using? Oh, this one said low lethal force. I apologize. So let me re-ask it. Short barrel shotgun, CCW, are those bases for low lethal force?
The mere possession alone would not be. There would be other factors that played into that.
Okay. Sarah H. asked, what was the probable cause to support the warrant for the car?
There was an entire search warrant drafted that was signed by a judge authorizing that search.
Okay. Is that search warrant in the discovery?
It is in the case file. It would be available for discovery, yes.
All right. So since it's in the discovery, the next question is, do you know which judge signed it?
It would be in my file here. Let me take a look. So reference Mr. Gomez's apartment. The warrant was signed by Judge Jacqueline Bluth. There were several other warrants issued as well. The digital forensics warrant was signed by Judge Bluth as well. The vehicle was signed by Judge Goodman. The law office was signed by Judge Bluth. And the social media warrant was signed by Judge Bluth.
Okay. What was the objective in searching the vehicle?
It would have been the same as searching the residence. It would have been looking for any, again, notes, manifestos, any items that would have identified possible co-conspirators or plans for a larger incident. Also on his person was shotgun shells, and no shotgun was ever located.
What did you find of evidentiary value in the vehicle?
The vehicle had been gone through before detectives were able to serve a search warrant.
Okay. Well,
digital items were taken from the vehicle.
Okay, you don't know what or if or anything was or was not taken from the vehicle, just to be fair, right?
Well, I know items were taken, but I could not say what they were.
Was there anything related to the shooting that was found in the vehicle?
Not when we searched the vehicle, no.
Was his father asked about that bag that you saw in the video?
No, he was not. By that time, they had a counsel, and there was not follow-up to ask.
I think you've already said it. You've told us what the objective was of searching the apartment, and then I think you also said that you didn't find anything regarding radicalization.
That is correct.
Like that. Okay. Kim R. asked about the crime scene diagram photos. Are those taken from a camera nearby, or is that made by an ID tech? How was that? Briefly, if you could explain.
I guess we'd be specific onto the crime scene photographs that were shown here today.
Sure.
Were taken either by a certified drone pilot for the unmanned aircraft or by our crime scene investigators.
Okay. to Gene. What was the reason for getting a warrant for the attorney's offices?
Because we had been told that nobody knew how or when the vehicle was towed from 400 South 4th Street. When the patrol officer located the vehicle at the attorney's office, the attorney stated they did not know how or when the vehicle got there. So a search warrant was obtained for the video surveillance so that we could see how and when that vehicle arrived.
Okay. Question is, do you have a recording of the conversation with his father where it's been alleged that he said his son was radicalized or being paid by BLM? Is there any recording of that?
No, there's no recording of that conversation.
All right. Rodolfo G. Okay, if you know this, would you agree that the Glock 23 could have been set in the locked back position when Mr. Gomez left his home and before he started protesting?
Certainly.
How come you guys don't audio and visually record the walkthrough to improve the transparency and accuracy of the events? You discussed that they do the walkthrough, they talk to you. How come those aren't audio recorded video?
There's the short answer, I think, would be there's been discussions between Metro policy, between unions. If the officers choose not to give a voluntary statement, they still want to assist in the investigation. And that is a compromise that was made where they are still voluntarily giving some information to detectives without giving an official, because if it were audio or video recorded, that would be an official statement.
Okay. Would you agree that none of the officers involved in the shooting knew about the text or social media post at the time he was killed?
I would agree with that.
Christopher P. This goes to, I hope I pronounced her name right, Officer Squale?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, is there was there ever an investigation into his use of force?
Reference the use of the low lethal force?
Yeah.
Yes, it was looked at as part of our investigation, but there's also an administrative review that is done in conjunction with this officer-involved shooting that would look at both, it would look at Officer Squale's use of force as well as the 4 officers that were involved in the shooting. There is an administrative review that looks at tactics, training, policy for that, and I do believe that at the time we release the Force Investigative Team report today, that the results of that review are released as well.
There were multiple officers that claimed they heard Mr. Gomez fire a weapon. Is there any forensic evidence of that?
There's no forensic evidence that he fired, no.
Okay. So do you, is it, if you can answer this, is it your belief that the officers actually heard, it was Officer Squale, it says display his shotgun, but if it's heard, I'm assuming it must mean shot or used.
Yeah, based on the question, I would say that yes, based on the statements from officers saying they believe they heard Gomez fire, that what they actually heard was Officer Squale firing the less than lethal shotgun.
Was that Officer Squale wearing a body-worn camera?
He was not. He was, at the time he was assigned to our detective bureau to the robbery section as a robbery detective. He, along with many other officers in the valley, had been pulled from his assignment and placed in uniform to assist with crowd control and safety.
Okay. The officer that attempted to detain Mr. Gomez on the courthouse steps, was that officer wearing a body camera?
He was not. He also was assigned to the robbery section.
Okay. Did any other officers on the steps display their weapons? The courthouse steps, I'm guessing.
Yes, sir. One of the U.S. Marshals, he did. As a matter of fact, he came up with a rifle when Squale yelled that he had a gun. However, he did not fire his rifle.
Any of those officers on the steps, were they wearing a body camera? Okay. So, I thought you talked about a dispersal order at the courthouse.
No, sir. The dispersal order had been given on Fremont Street.
what exactly was the order that came from the steps of the courthouse?
The courthouse steps was where the officers were telling Mr. Gomez that a dispersal order had been given, that he needed to leave the area.
Okay, and so when that happened, what is the expectation of the officer of how long it should take for him to move away from the concrete pillars, I'll call it?
I don't know that there's any kind of set standard protocol for a length of time. I think that would be an officer's discretion.
So because there was a description that it was said, essentially you need to leave, right?
Correct.
So how long of a time period did those officers expect him to react?
I can't speak for the officer. I could say that as they're giving that commands, as he's standing still, that they would probably be under the belief that he's not going to comply.
Robert M., was there any evidence that Mr. Gomez was running towards the officers at the time of the lethal fire? So that would be, again, sorry, I'm guessing heading westbound?
When he begins to run, he is running northbound, kind of a northwestbound. But you do see him go to the right as shots are being fired to the east.
We have officers across the street?
Yes, sir.
Were there officers down the street further? That would be further north. Because he's running.
Correct.
But I know they're off. I'm just trying to understand the question there.
Yes, sir.
There's officers across the street, which is on the west side of the street.
Correct. They're north and west of him.
Okay, because there are officers behind him now, which is south side.
Yes, sir.
Were there officers also northbound?
There were citizens northbound. There were no officers northbound.
Okay. Okay, I don't quite understand this. I'll try it. Was there sufficient and, quote, experienced definitions of a threat?
I don't know if I understand what they're asking.
So I guess I'm sorry, I don't quite understand that. Another one from Sarah H. What was the relevance of the lighting conditions?
I think the relevance of the lighting conditions would be to show that it is dark. A person wearing all black, carrying black weapons is going to be more difficult to discern in the lighting.
Street lamps, were they illuminated at the time?
They were.
Were there lights around the courthouse?
There were.
Were the patrol vehicles' emergency lights on?
They were.
Did the officers in the patrol vehicles have their lights on?
As far as emergency equipment, it appeared that most of them, if not all of them, did, yes.
Were the officers on foot equipped with flashlights?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Gomez ever breach the pylons around the courthouse?
It does not appear so, no.
Okay. The sidewalk beyond the pylons, is that a public sidewalk?
It is.
Okay. I'm assuming
on the street side of the pylons, yes, it is.
That's my assumption. Otherwise,
it would be federal courthouse grounds.
So the steps
past the pylons.
Okay. Is there any video evidence that corroborates the statement about, you guys talked about leveling a gun at the officers? Did you see video corroboration of that?
No, and I believe that also plays into the lighting condition question. When he runs, it's under the shade of a tree. The lights are casting a shade on it, or shadow from the trees. I think it makes it indiscernible.
Okay. Okay. Sarah H. also asked about funding the ombudsman. I don't think that's something that you can answer. That's something else for the county, totally different, but it is part of the record because I'm keeping all these. But the next question is, have you presented all the emails and the text conversations and the expert witness evidence?
At this presentation? Not in this presentation, no.
In the documentation that you're providing afterwards?
Yes, sir. There's a full download of the phone available.
A Sierra M. If the lawyer requested all the film to be shown, why wasn't it provided? Now, did you get all the video that that Mr. Tomczyk requested?
Yeah, I provided Mr. Tomczyk with everything.
I don't. Maybe you can.
I know there's civil litigation at this point as well. It might be in reference to that.
All right. And then the next question: if the officers didn't give you a written statement, how can you cross-examine their verbal statement? But again, I think this goes to a civil matter. Sounds like okay. A genie asked, who removed the handgun from the secured holster and why?
It wasn't removed by officers. It was found laying on the sidewalk after he was taken into custody.
Are there any video or pictures that show Mr. Gomez raise, touch, or go for any of his legal weapons while legally open and carrying during the video?
There is the photographs from Fremont Street that does show him in what I would refer to as a drawing or shooting stance position, but the gun does not leave the holster.
Why was it Squeo was the only officer to engage with the less lethal force?
Because Squeo was the less than lethal designee on the courthouse steps.
Okay, so
the other officers would have had other roles or responsibilities. For instance, going hands-on with a person, or if lethal coverage was needed, somebody would have been prepared with lethal coverage.
Okay. Carol L. says, if Mr. Gomez was a threat, and why didn't they stop him while he walked?
I don't believe he was a lethal threat prior to any of this.
Okay. Renee asked, okay, again, this is a question about Officer Squeo body cam and all the other officers' body cams. Why aren't they all wearing body cams?
Officers, again, I know we talked about this, but officers that are not in a uniform capacity, regularly uniformed officers are not issued body-worn cameras.
Okay. And then, again, if a question's not asked, some of them are redundant, and they'll all be as part of the package. This had to do with the fact, and it was brought out that Mr. Gomez, at least some of the shots were in his back.
That's correct.
Back of his thigh or thigh.
Yes, sir.
Back. Okay. Sarah asked, what is the difference in training and continuing training requirements for the firearms training tactics Metro unit versus, let's say, other Metro units? How are they different?
I'm not, as part of this presentation or part of this hearing, I'm not qualified to talk on policies or tactics.
Okay. Because you said that there's definitely a unit that trains the other people.
That's correct.
Okay. Officer Sylvia, was that statement recorded?
It was.
Officer Friday, statement recorded?
It was.
Do you know the distance between the federal courthouse and Circus Circus?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Yeah, I heard a few miles. Okay. Robert asks, given the environment, was there an immediate reason to open fire on Mr. Gomez with lethal force?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. Was there a crime prior to the shooting that the officers felt were a premise to the shooting outside of their concerns? So this is the questions that you're being asked about. What crimes did he allegedly commit? And you went through the possession.
Correct.
He was asked questions about that. And so was it the officer's concern, or was it these alleged criminal allegations?
No, the criminal allegations would not have been, as far as the carry a concealed weapon or the short barrel rifle, that would have not been a concern or even likely knowledge to the officers that were involved in the shooting.
All right, there's a question that's more of a political statement than a question, but the next one is, we've talked about a review of all Mr. Gomez's social media text messages. The question is, was there an investigation also of the officers who were involved of their social media text messages as part of your investigation?
No, there was not. Mr. Gomez's was more in line with the search warrant services of looking for other people possibly that he was working in conjunction with.
Is there a Metro or was there a de-escalation procedure that was followed to handle the situation with Mr. Gomez?
Part of Metro's training is in de-escalation, and that would have been something that the officers, specifically at the top of the courthouse stairs, would have been attempting to do and giving him time to continue to move, yes.
Okay, Sarah asked, was Officer Borgard's statement recorded?
Yes, it was.
Officer Luoto?
Any statement that was referenced here today, aside from the walkthroughs, were all audio recorded.
I'm just going to run through just
I understand.
for the record. Officer Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Officer Oniante?
Yes, sir.
Officer Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
Officer Squeo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did any of the officers write in their statements that they overheard Officer Squeo yell that Officer Gomez had a rifle? Did any of them?
I believe Investigator Hunan with U.S. Marshal Service did state that in his statement.
Okay. And I think this was asked by Mr. Tomchek, brought out that at the time of the shooting, did they have prior knowledge of the videos that you've shown today?
No.
Okay, Renee asked, going back to the power box when we're down further down the street, why wasn't he taken into custody then?
Based on what I observed and heard on the body-worn camera as the discussions went on, it was because the officers, when they are on a skirmish line, are trying to maintain that line and will not typically put themselves on us to go out into the crowd unless absolutely necessary. It sounded, based on conversations, it sounded to me as if they were waiting for when the crowd got closer that they could grab him and pull him in, but they were not going to go 50 yards away to go try to make contact with him.
Okay. Then this person wants to know, were those only put in there to make Mr. Gomez seem more threatening after the fact?
Can you say it again?
Just asking if this portion of this, the whole power box thing, that area that we talked about, was that only put into the statements after the shooting Mr. Gomez to make him appear more menacing?
It was part of our overall investigation.
Okay, somebody's asking, well, you watched all the videos.
Yes, sir.
And the officers didn't watch the videos before the shooting?
No, sir.
Okay, this has to go, I'm not sure if this is, the discussion is when he was told, as the other protesters were, to go south. Okay, he went south. Okay, and were the other officers, I'm sorry, I can't understand that word, protesters and not corralling. Oh, were other officers corralling other people and not letting them leave? I guess that's a question. Was there a way for him just to have left and keep walking south?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there's video footage it's in the file that shows the big portion of the crowd dispersing in all different directions once they hit Carson, which is a block north of Bridger, where he was at. The crowd most of them appeared to go east and west from those locations.
This is a part question, part statement. The use of body cameras, helpful in your investigations? Are they helpful in your investigations?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would it have been more helpful if everybody was wearing a body camera?
Certainly.
Okay. Okay, Tyler, we've gone over the social media posts, and I'm going to put the question here. I think it's been acknowledged that the officers involved had no idea about his social posts at the time of the incident. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
I think you've described this from Renee. We have the incident at the Circus that you've described.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say it put Metro officers at a heightened alert?
Absolutely.
And so that might have caused them to take actions they might not have otherwise taken?
They would definitely be on a heightened state of alert, yes.
Okay. Jeannie's asking a question that has to do with the ombudsman's legal history. I don't see how that is relevant, but it's in here. Also, you heard his questioning, so I don't know if he would have written that afterwards, but that's okay. Why was a FIT member present during the autopsy?
There was a FIT member present at autopsy.
Why?
Oh, because the detective, as part of routine of our investigation, we will go to autopsy so that we can hear what the coroner is saying as they investigate the body. We're also there to see and as evidence is collected from the bodies.
Okay. There are 16 officers in the immediate area that apparently were not wearing body cameras.
That's fair to say.
Why is that? I mean, it seems a high amount of people were part of a special unit that night.
I wouldn't say they're a part of any special unit. What I would say is they're not standard patrol officers that are equipped with body cameras that are in uniform day in, day out. You can see on the videos the major influx of people in these areas, and the protest wasn't just at Fremont and the Boulevard. It was further south. It had been in Summerlin that day. A large number of officers that are not typically in uniform were placed in uniform to help ensure the public safety that night.
Okay, is there any other explanation of why the trigger was pulled back? For example, when the chamber is empty, it remains because the chamber is empty. Is it a safety mechanism? What are some of the reasons?
I'm not an armorer. I can't speak for the functionality of the Glock weapon. What I can speak to is, as far as the question goes, is there another reason? The only reason I would know of is that at some point the trigger had been pulled on an empty chamber. Now, was it during the incident? I can't say that. It may have been when he placed the weapon in the Roni.
Okay. Sarah asked some questions that I'll try and amend to address. So you've talked about the fact that the officers' regulations that you were talking to officers involved in the shooting, that they have certain union protections. I think you
certain legal and union protections, yes.
Okay. Without those protections, could you have gotten more information?
No.
Okay. Has Metro changed its use of force policy since this incident?
I can't speak to policy.
Okay. The next one, and it'll be part of this, has to do with the Chief Deputy District Attorney's job role. Again, I don't see how that's relevant to this particular fact finding, but it is going to be in here. Has Metro changed its approach and policy and training regarding protest demonstrations since this event? How to handle them?
I'm not part of those conversations or those meetings, so I couldn't speak to that.
Again, we've had this discussion that the officers were not aware of Mr. Gomez's social media posts, emails, and all those things.
That's correct.
I also believe that you did talk about this in the coroner's report with Mr. Tomchek, talking about the entrance-exit directionality of each wound, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm not going to re-ask that. All right. This one, this is kind of a political statement too, but actually part of it you did bring up. In Metro's original public message,
yes, sir,
where you're describing Mr. Gomez, they made mention that he had a possession of marijuana.
Correct.
Why? Why do you need to?
That, and again, that would be outside of what I do. That 72-hour briefing is designed by our public information office. They would have been the ones to put that together. That wouldn't have been something that the force investigation team puts out.
Okay. This is by Giovanni Melton Foundation. It has to do with just kind of how this runs, and again, it'll be part of this. There was concern about Mr. Gomez being depicted as of committing all these felonies. However, I think Mr. Tomczyk in his questions just made you walk through of, hey, this CCW, not CCW, the explanation of possession short barrel shotgun. There's questions as to whether he would have even known that because of the Google search that you did. So I just think that the ombudsman handled many of these in regards to how that Mr. Gomez was being portrayed, and I think he addressed those and handled that. Let's see. More than a hashtag, this is not a Metro question, but it's one more for the elected district attorney. And so, again, it'll be part of this, but it's not for this hearing. Joey, was there any body camera footage of the shooting?
No.
Okay. Anne asks, part of it is just, again, we've gone over it and not relevant, but part of this is, how did the report of the circus shooting, which is unrelated to this particular protest, affect the mindset of the officers when they approached Mr. Gomez?
And again, it's a heightened sense of awareness. The protests in general, the unrest that was taking place that night, I believe all those things would definitely lead into a person's mindset and awareness level.
This, if you know, asking questions specifically about the officers, which you might not know. Why is it that they incorrectly assumed that Mr. Gomez had fired a shot?
I can't speak to why they believed what they believed.
Okay. We've talked about, there were questions about the radicalization that was alleged potentially,
correct,
which was not found to be true regarding Mr. Gomez. Did any of that affect the radicalization of everything that was going on between, they specifically say BLM associated protesters? Did that radicalize the police officers involved in the shooting?
I'm not sure I follow the question, but
I'll try.
I think if we're talking about mindsets,
yes.
Would the reactions of the crowds or the actions of people they've been encountering that night, could that affect their mindset? Certainly could.
Okay. Again, just so you gentlemen know, I've just got two other things I need to put on the record here. If you have other questions, I'll look through these, and so if you're ready. Mercedes asked something that is I'm going to make it part of this record, but it's more of a political thing than it is an actual question that this detective can answer. There's also an anonymous one that really is more, again, of a political speech than it is a question for this particular officer under the regulations that we have for the county ordinance. So why don't we start with Mr. DiGiacomo and Bilal.
Detective, I'm going to try and be brief, and I think we've covered this a ton of times, but I just want to make sure it's clear because it's hard sometimes when you get the reaction of people who won't be quiet behind you. So let's start with that video, all the video we collected. It is impossible to discern whether or not Mr. Gomez did or did not point his weapon at officers, correct?
Correct.
Right? So it doesn't dispute what the officers are saying, but it also doesn't necessarily corroborate what they're saying.
That's correct.
You have a number of witnesses, albeit all law enforcement, who all indicate that they perceive that an individual with a long gun is pointing it either at officers or civilians, and they then fire, correct?
Correct.
And when you go back and look at the evidence that is out there, you find information of an individual who while he may not have been radicalized by the BLM movement, he had social media posts that suggested he intended to engage in violent confrontation with police.
Correct.
And that earlier in that evening, as the crowd goes south down Las Vegas Boulevard, he hides behind a box where the police officers can't necessarily see him as their skirmish line comes forward, correct?
That's correct.
And when he's ordered to leave that box, he places his hand on his gun and takes a shooter stance, essentially, when the police are right there in front of him.
That's correct.
And then shortly later, he's down there at the courthouse, and he's given commands that he initially ignores, correct?
Correct.
And then he does sort of this slow little shuffle forward in response to the keep moving order.
That's correct.
And after he goes to be taken into custody and low lethal rounds are being used, we have video of citizens that are on the street, social media citizens on
Yes,
the
we do.
street. And those social media citizens that we don't even know who they are, they start running for cover yelling, this individual has a gun.
That is correct.
And all of the forensic evidence from what the police officer said happens is consistent with where the people are standing and where the bullets arrived.
That is correct.
So all of the evidence suggests that at least the officers perceived that Mr. Gomez had pointed a rifle in their direction and that they then returned fire.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, so just a few more questions that I looked through. And just to be clear, if your question wasn't asked and I looked at it and said, oh, this seems a little bit more political, it's not that there's anything wrong with the question. It's just within the confines of what we have today under the ordinance, there are certain regulations. And so these questions, again, will still be part of what the county will hold on to. So it's not like they're getting shredded or thrown out by me. They're not. It's just, they just don't fit within the regulations. Again, 95% of all the questions that have been raised, I think we've been able to ask. Even if some of them have been answered before, we want to make sure that you realize that they've been asked and get the answers. So, I apologize if I mispronounce the name. I think it's Mathilda. Again, this goes to the fact that Mr. Gomez's text messages and social media were investigated by you. Have the same been done for the officers involved in the shooting?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, the question asked, that those could be relevant and important?
At the time, we weren't investigating those officers for being involved in a radicalized movement causing violence, no.
Okay. And so I'm guessing those messages haven't been collected?
No, they haven't.
And they're not being released?
No.
Madison asked a question that we've been through this, but I'll have you explain again. From the investigation, Mr. Gomez, at the time, what was the threat that he was posing?
Again, based on the walkthroughs with the officers, they stated that he pointed a rifle. We had other officers that were in the area that stated he had done the same, and officers heard the low lethal shotgun being fired, believing that there had been an altercation, gunfight between Mr. Gomez and the officers. That would have been their reasoning.
Okay. The next part of your question actually would be more for the district attorney's office. Is the detective has acknowledged that it's not his decision making as to what happens to any case. You do the investigation and then you hand it off for decisions to be made.
Correct. And the report that I give to the district attorney's office is just a collaboration of all the facts of the evidence that we gathered. There are no opinions in that investigative report. We do not make any recommendations or suggestions. We simply submit all of the evidence to the district attorney's office where that decision is then made.
Okay. The next one, again, we're talking about the fact that I'm going to ask again, these officers were not aware of anything that Mr. Gomez had posted at the time of this event.
That is correct.
Okay. You are assigned to do the investigation, meaning Metropolitan Police Department.
Correct.
It's not a decision by Metropolitan Police Department. It is something that's assigned to you as opposed to a third party.
Correct.
If you know this, is there training for Metro regarding de-escalation?
There is.
Sorry, regarding de-escalating situations.
There is, yes.
Again, just because he was shot in the back, at least part of this, what was the imminent danger at that moment when he was shot?
I think Mr. Tomczyk actually probably pointed it out the best with the shortened time frame that we're looking at. All these rounds are fired within seconds, that all of this happens within seconds. Mr. Gomez was running northbound. As he's running, the body is going to move. The body is going to continue to move even as it's being fired.
Okay. I've got 2 more questions that I can ask, 5 that I'll just say that are going to be part of the record that aren't going to be asked. Jay asked, as part of what the coroner does, in every case, if I understand, they'll take a sample and they'll test it for drugs, correct?
That is correct.
And so you've made that part of this investigation.
That is correct.
And so we know the results of Mr. Gomez's, what was in his system.
That's correct.
So the next question is the same thing done with the officers involved in the shooting?
No.
Are there any? Sorry, somebody else answered.
So somebody else did answer. No, there is a contractual agreement between the supervisors. So Sergeant Fryman, yes, would have been tested that evening. The officers would not have.
Okay. And do you have any idea the results?
That's an administrative function.
Okay. This is Sierra, when were the audio interviews recorded?
At the time the interviews were done. So if we're referencing the officers in front of the courthouse, those would have been done early morning hours of June 1st after we arrived. Once we located the videos from Fremont Street and found the interaction with those officers, those were done approximately a week later with the officers from Fremont Street.
Okay. Colin is asking questions that's opinion about the trustworthiness of Metro. It'll be part of this, but it's not for this officer. It doesn't fit within the statute. Let's see. Desiree again asked just a question about the Metro officers again, and also the district attorney. That again it'll be part of this, and it's. The way you phrase the question is definitely more of a political question. Desiree asked about Officer Squale and his history, and again, that's not part of this. He's not one of the officers who actually is accused of the actual shooting. He used the non-lethal force. Again, with Jazz and Luis, ultimately these questions are going to be part of this, and so they're there. Okay, so, gentlemen, go ahead, Mr. Tomczyk.
I just had one follow-up point to make for purposes of clarification. The presiding officer just asked you some questions about the submission of your report to the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's referring to your FIT investigation team report that we referred to during question and answering, right?
Correct.
That report, its appendices and exhibits totals 127 pages?
That's correct.
Okay. That is the same report that is going to be made available to the public.
That is correct.
So they can conduct their own evaluation of the same evidence the DA wants and reach whatever conclusion they decide. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. One question was just asked about the date and time of interviews of officers.
Yes, sir.
all of the officers that are interviewed? There's a summary of their interview within that report I just referred to?
There is, to include the date and time.
Date, time, and location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Okay, one last question, asked by Mercedes. We've talked about escalation and de-escalation. Okay, so if the officers are trained to, are they trained to de-escalate first?
Yes.
Okay, and why wasn't there a de-escalation here? Was there a de-escalation? Walk us through.
That really would fall more under the administrative review of what they believe the officers did per policy. But I believe the officers did attempt to, my personal opinion is the officers did attempt to de-escalate while they were waiting for Mr. Gomez to continue to walk and did not walk.
Okay. All right, well, this public fact-finding review was held because the Clark County District Attorney's Office made a preliminary determination that they were not going to have a criminal prosecution of the officers involved in the death of Jorge Gomez. Clark County Ordinance 2.12 requires a public review following such a determination. A final determination regarding whether criminal charges will be brought against the officers in the coming weeks. The purpose of today's hearing was to present the public with the essential facts surrounding the death of Mr. Gomez. Mr. Tomczyk was appointed by the Clark County Manager as the ombudsman to present the public and Mr. Gomez's family. Mr. Tomczyk was given an opportunity to ask questions to provide the public with relevant information regarding the use of force in this case. I was appointed by the Clark County Manager as the presiding officer to preside over this public review. I was given the opportunity to ask questions, to review the questions that the public had, and to provide the relevant questions regarding use of the force. Prior to today's public review, the Clark County District Attorney's Office provided to Mr. Tomczyk and myself copies of the law enforcement investigation regarding the death of Mr. Jorge Gomez. These documents were provided by the prosecution and are public record. If you missed any portion of this review or would like to obtain a recorded transcript, a video of the entire proceeding is available on the Clark County website at www.clarkcountynv.gov. This concludes the police fatality public fact-finding review into the death of Mr. Gomez. Thank you.
Okay, so we just heard a lot of fact findings during this fact finding review. The first half of this fact finding review were basically accounts to which Detective Tomczyk, I think I said his name was, he was going over what evidence he collected, whether that be police statements, body camera, building cameras, social media cameras, and so forth, and other evidence that they felt pertinent to this investigation, including statements and activities made by Mr. Gomez before, during, and after. This next half was very interesting in the sense that it was now the family's attorney's turn to then start asking questions and to, start breaking down what exactly happened. They spoke about the shooting, between the shooting and the interview with Mr. Gomez's father, which was between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. They talked about all of this happening with Mr. Gomez, as you see, running from the scene and that lethal shot being taken where he then trips, as you see, moving forward. At that point, someone, another officer, as they stated, said that they overheard an officer saying that Mr. Gomez had a gun and those fatal shots were made. They said 8 bullets hit Mr. Gomez. All of this happening in a 15 to 30 second increment. So family members were asking how this decision was made, that he was a threat within those seconds, is something that really needs to be investigated. The investigator did say that when they told Gomez to leave, that was their way of trying to de-escalate the situation, and by him not moving, they had to use other methods, which is why he is saying that they used non-lethal force before those fatal shots rang out. They say that he was hit in multiple parts of his body, but mostly on the left side of his body. And they also went through questions, public questions during that time, as far as the interviews, if he was in legal rights to carry those firearms. They also said, which was a very interesting point during this review, that no recording of his father's interview was recorded or written down. So they wanted to know why his interview. They wanted to know why the social media posts. They wanted to know why that was all relevant, because as of the investigators' observation, none of these officers were aware of Mr. Gomez's stance on the protests, what was happening with police brutality during that time. They did not know his stance during that time to know that he would indeed be what they would consider a threat, and thus why that was a part of the investigation. So a lot of questions here. Again, all of this is being followed by a number of our reporters, including Rio Lakanlali, who is there right now. And we are following protesters who have been outside, very vocal the entire time, and they still remain outside. At this time, we will not be getting any kind of resolve or decision. All of these questions and everything that the investigator and attorneys have been asking will all be collected, and that review will continue, and there will be some form of action in a matter of weeks. And whether that means that is going to result in any charges is something we don't know at this time. But of course, when we know, we will let you know as well. What you're looking at right now are protesters that are still out in front of the Clark County Government Center. They have been there the whole time, making their stance very vocal. Members of the ACLU are also there, as well as family advocacy groups. And as you can see, people there as part of the family wearing justice for Jorge Gomez. We are expecting some sort of presser. We don't know when exactly that's happening. As people begin to gather, we assume that that is going to happen soon. Again, if you were just joining us, my name is Renee Summerauer. I'm with the Las Vegas Review-Journal. We have been live at the Clark County Government Center since 8 o'clock this morning, reviewing the case of Jorge Gomez, the shooting death of Jorge Gomez by 4 Metro police officers. And so much has been covered. They covered the investigation. They covered basically the side of the police investigation, what police said, how many statements were given, the different body cam videos from police, from social media, and accounts from family members. But then after a 15-minute break, we then spoke about what the family members, questions that the family members needed to hear or be answered in regards to what exactly happened and why certain things have not been either made public, and why certain things are being used in the investigation if they're not important. Another very key element here is that the detective who has been reviewing this says, and he made 2 different statements. He says that he didn't see Gomez, or at least he didn't see a clear image of Mr. Gomez level or raise his weapon towards police. And if you've been listening this whole time, you could hear people in the background, assuming they were family members, clap very loudly because they wanted that to be a point of interest. Is that the detective said in 2 different times that he either didn't see clearly or he didn't see Gomez level or raise his weapon towards officers, and that Gomez open carry was legal during the time. So I think now we're going to go out to Review Journal's James Schaefer. Again, he has been outside of the government building, kind of getting the side of protesters and family advocacy groups that have been fighting for more evidence and more transparency from Metro PD in regards to this case. They say that the family attorney, again, is most likely going to be speaking. This is live footage, as you're seeing right now, family members just embracing a lot of emotion, as you can imagine, on all sides here, as far as, you know, who's involved and why they're involved. And I think the families at this point wanted to see more transparency. Again, these fact-finding reviews are unique to the country, but not so much unique to Las Vegas. These are reviews that have been going on since 2013 as a way of creating that transparency, but still, family and friends of Jorge Gomez and his family still feel that there's so much that needs to be considered, but ultimately they want to see charges and they want to see these officers held responsible for the shooting death, as they feel that Gomez was not a threat, that he was running away, that he was leaving, as officers said, despite what they are claiming happened. As they begin to set up, let's just go ahead and take a listen to what their family attorney has to say at this time.
You guys ready? We're ready.
First of all, thank you guys for being here. It's an important day today so that we can give our perspective to the community as to what took place in here. Let me take this off. The whole purpose for today was to give the community transparency. The purpose was to build a relationship of trust with the community between the DA's office and the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. Is that what happened here?
No.
Is that what we saw?
No.
What we saw was a circus, a pre-scripted hearing. What this did to the family was cause them more pain than anything else. They dragged Jorge Gomez's name through the mud. They spent 95% of the time talking bad about Jorge Gomez, things that were irrelevant. And they've been doing this since the inception of this case. 10 months ago, someone from the Las Vegas Metro Police Department called Jeannie, called Jorge Gomez's family. They said, "We've killed your son." And then they told her it was his own fault. He raised a gun. This conflicted with Jeannie's own understanding of her own son. She didn't want to accept it at first, but she had no choice because this is what she was told. And it tortured her because, again, it conflicted with what she knows about her son. But she had to accept it because there was no other evidence. And so for months, Jeannie said, "Show me the videos. Give me the videos. Give me the evidence." Metro said no, time and time again. And then when the videos were released, we found out the truth. That caused a flurry of emotions in Jeannie. She knew all along that the characterization of her son was not what the Las Vegas Metro Police Department said. They even admitted it today. There's no evidence that Jorge raised a gun. No evidence. That's what they told us today. And yet, they still want to blame him. They still want to fault him. They shot him in the back of the head. They shot him in the back. How is that a justified killing when somebody is running away from you? And the evidence shows that you killed him by shooting him in the back. This was not to build public trust. This was more of a circus than anything, and it's embarrassing. It's shameful. This is the city that is supposed to be the entertainment capital of the world, and this case is followed by the whole country, nationwide. And this is what Las Vegas leadership showed the world. They're telling the world, if you come here and we happen to kill somebody that is a loved one to you, we're going to mislead you. We're going to withhold information for 10 months. And then we're going to have a circus for a hearing where we have pre-scripted questions for the witness. It's embarrassing. The Gomez family does not deserve this. They don't deserve to be kicked continuously, time and time again. They deserve dignity. They deserve respect. They deserve, more than anything, honesty. Our community deserves honesty. We didn't get that today. So I'll take any questions now from the media if there's any.
What do you wish the outcome of today was?
That they hold the officers accountable. They hold the officers accountable based off of the evidence. They've admitted he never raised a gun. They've admitted we shot him in the back. Hold him accountable. For the DA, he's supposed to do his job. We didn't see that today.
Can you speak about Metro's conversation with Jorge's father, which they alleged he became radicalized? Is that fiction?
They admitted it. They said we don't have it recorded. I mean, what is there to say about that? We've been getting information where, as the public, we're getting misled, right? And now they say this. So what is there to say about it?
Is this the first you hear about it?
We've heard that before. We've heard it before. Any other questions?
Si la mamá de Jorge nos pudiera decir en español qué espera ella de parte del fiscal del distrito, si se puede acercar al micrófono, por favor.
Claro que sí. Bueno, primero que nada, muchísimas gracias por ustedes venir hoy. En realidad fue un desastre allá, fue un show que ellos hicieron. Lo que nosotros demandamos es claramente que ellos no sigan justificando la muerte, que ellos mataron a mi hijo. Eso es lo que estamos diciendo. El DA distrito nunca ha hecho causas sobre ningún policial, oficial, nada. Y claramente ellos dijeron hoy que ellos mismos pudieran estar radicalizados porque ellos estaban bajo mucho estrés por lo que sucedió con Officer Shea en el Circus. Ellos lo admitieron allá, que yo estaba en alta alerta excesivo por eso, ¿me entiende? So, básicamente ellos no justificaron nada que mi hijo hizo. Mi hijo estaba de camino a su carro. Él no pudo cruzar porque estaban arrestando al cruzar la calle. Él estaba esperando la luz para cruzar. Estaba ahí parado. Tenía las manos, si miran el video, tenía las manos así. So, usted lo ve en el video. Y alguien bajó y el officer Squeal decidió por él mismo hacerlas menos letales. Él corrió por donde vino. So, no podía ir adelante, no podía cruzar la calle, regresó. No tenía alternativa porque aquí había un edificio, ¿verdad? Entonces, ¿qué hizo? Corrió. No a ningún policía. Él estaba corriendo donde vino. Los policías estaban en el otro lado. Y aún así, lo dispararon 19 veces. 2 en la cabeza, 4 en la espalda y 2 a mano izquierda. Y él cayó en contra de los policiales. Ustedes lo vieron en el video. Estos oficiales lo que quieren hacer es decir a ustedes lo que sucedió. No que ustedes lo crean con su mismo ojo, que ustedes creen a ellos. Los mentirosos que han sido por años. Pero el video está ahí, lo pueden ver claramente. So, ¿qué te puedo decir? Lo que quiero es que carguen los policías, que no sigan dejando, porque Officer Squeal es la tercera vez. Ese tiene 28 años. Empezó con 21. En el 2015 mató a Brian Keith Day. En el 2016 mató a Rex Wilson. Ahora, básicamente mató a mi hijo, porque él fue el que empezó. So, ¿qué más puedo decir?
You guys talked about not enough information. Was there misinformation? Was there falsehoods presented? If so, what?
Ask your question again.
You guys said that there's not enough information, that there needs to be more information provided. Was there misinformation at all provided today? Was there any falsehoods that you guys have found false? Was there anything like that presented?
Well, like I said, the majority of the time spent in today's hearing was to vilify Jorge. It was to vilify Jorge. It wasn't spent on why the officers did what they did or why was the shooting justified. We didn't hear the why, other than a bunch of speculation that contradicts, that each officer contradicts each other. One officer says, oh, I thought that he pointed a gun. I thought that he was shooting at us. I thought that he reached for it, like, right? And so there's a lot of officers who have different perceptions, but the videos speak for themselves. That's undisputable what the video shows. He shows up in front of the courthouse with his hands clearly visible in front of his waistline. And when he's shot upon, he then takes off running. You can see that there is not a gun in his hand. When he falls palms down, palms open, no gun in hand. When he gets up and he tries to run away further from the shots that are being fired at him, no gun in hand. And then what's the end result? A bullet in the back of your head and a bullet in your lower back, along with other bullets to your left. Where is the evidence that he posed a threat? So again, this was not about the officers and why they did what they did. This is about vilifying Jorge, further kicking the family while they're down, further making them feel pain. That's what today was about.
So, just to make sure I understand, for those that are joining us or learning about this for the first time, explain what they did that vilified. What were the things that they said that vilified Jorge Gomez?
For example, okay, they talked about And they've admitted it. They said that he was charged with possession of marijuana. That was from 5 years ago. What does that have to do with anything? And they didn't say that those charges were dropped. Why was that brought up other than to vilify him? Why was the fact that they showed other protesters fighting and creating chaos? What does that have to do with Jorge other than to include Jorge with that group, right? But he wasn't doing anything wrong. But they're trying to create this idea that Jorge was some sort of conspiracy radicalized individual, which is not true. And so they've been doing that from the beginning.
Can the mother speak at all to that vilification to the character of her son?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of echo what Rudy said, I mean, basically, I'm sure at this point, we know the story of what happened to my son, you know. So they're trying from the very beginning, the 72-hour briefing, they try to say certain things like, you know, the family said he was radicalized. Of course, we ask him, who in the family would say that? Do you have that? Who said it? You know, is there any videos of it? Who, you know, oh no, we don't have anything. It's like everything is like, okay, so you're saying this, but you got no proof. All you got is the officer saying that he raised the weapon, but the video clearly shows that he did not. So you want us to believe the liars that are Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the pompous narcissist DA, you know, this gentleman, which I tried to write down his name, but this ombudsman does not represent the family. You know, I don't even know who he is. I found out he was actually the ombudsman that they put to represent us was the previous DA. Okay, he's married to a judge. So that's who's representing the victim's family. So where is this fair? You know, this whole situation is just unfair. These public fact-finding reviews for a bunch of these families that are back here are just, they don't do anything. It's a dog and pony show. The DA has gotten hundreds of officer-involved shootings. He's prosecuted 0. You know, so I don't know what to tell you. You know, this is just, this is a joke. You know, this is a joke. I feel so bad for anyone that actually lives or comes on vacation here because they can be killed and there's no repercussion. None. Yeah, but specifically here because this is a melting pot. And you know the saddest part? There was 4 white males. No minorities, no females, no African American, no Hispanic. That's all that was there, you know. And I'm just gonna read this. I put the one on my husband. One of the things I do want to mention that they mentioned, and this is hilarious because we didn't know anything about this. They kept on saying that he was hiding behind a power box. He was hiding behind a power box. First they said they were hitting the protesters with pepper balls. Okay, so they're hitting the protesters with pepper balls. He actually steps back. There's a power box, and he steps behind the power box. But all of a sudden, he's doing something sneaky. You know, this is what they do. It's like, okay, so I don't know. We're all human here, right? If someone's hitting y'all with low lethal rounds, and someone's hitting y'all with pepper balls, are you just gonna put your hands in the air and stand there and get hit?
Exactly.
Who's gonna do that?
No.
Any of us?
Nobody.
Because I'm not gonna do that.
Nobody.
If someone's hitting me with pepper balls, I'm gonna run. It's human nature. It's fight or flight. Did he stand there and fight? No, he ran away. What do? They hit him twice in the head, 4 times in the back, 2 times in the left side. He falls away for these officers. Never did he touch a weapon. And that's clearly shown. It's like, so it's up to you guys. You know, you guys have a choice to either believe the liars of Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department that have been lying for decades, or you guys trust your own eyes and believe the videos.
Believe the people. Yeah.
That's what you guys have to do. It's your choice. It's your choice. So what can we do? We need people on the street. We need people out there protesting. We need people to go out there and actually go in these and do these bills. There's 2 bills coming out right now. AB 131, what does that bill do? That bill makes sure that every uniformed officer has a working body cam on. Because there was 30 officers that were around, 30 of them, none of them. They're all part of a special unit. Because that's what they say. They're all part of a special unit. So AB 131, remember that bill. Be in favor of that bill because that bill is Jorge Antonio's bill, Jorge Antonio Gomez, to make sure that these officers have accountability. Make sure that these officers are wearing body cams. The other one, AB 133. AB 133 is going to be to make sure that these officers are trained dealing with our citizens that are legally open carrying. This is an open carry state. You're telling me you have 0 hours of training? First he has a bat, then he has this, then he does that. I mean, I just don't understand, you know? So these are the two bills that we have. These are Jorge Antonio Gomez bills. Make sure, AB 131, AB 133. Thank you.
Let me comment on those bills and.
Sorry, I get passionate people.
So.
They pissed me off.
Think about this, okay? Think about this. Think about the purpose of those bills and what it shows about the family. They didn't ask the legislator to defund police.
Oh.
Quite the contrary. They asked the legislator to provide better training and more cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Why? So that this doesn't happen again.
Definitely.
Right? It's a family that cares. It's a family that worries about other people. Jorge Antonio was the same person whose only purpose was to care about other people. And you could tell by what they're doing in the legislature. They care about people. They care about our community. They care about humanity. And they don't want this to happen again. Jorge Gomez's bills will serve that purpose. Again, these are good people.
Stop the killings. Stop the killings.
Las Vegas Metro Police Department and police departments across the country need to stop the killings. They need to start showing compassion, empathy, love for humanity. This got to stop. This has to stop. We can't go through this anymore. We just lost another father a week ago or 2 weeks ago in Minnesota. We're losing fathers, we're losing brothers, we're losing family members. It has to stop. It has to stop.
What's next? What's next?
What's next about what?
How's the lawsuit?
We're going to continue our pursuit in the civil rights violations against the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. We're currently in the discovery process. That's where the representatives for the Las Vegas Metro Police Department and the Gomez family exchange information. And that's what we're going to be doing for the next couple of weeks. Whether this is going to go to trial or not, we don't know yet. Our intent is to go straight and full force towards trial because we want to show the community what really happened. And on that note, thank you guys for being here today. It's very important for the family that you guys show up and spread their message. Thank you.
Spell your name. Say and spell your name for us.
Rodolfo Gonzalez, R-O-D-O-L.
Well, you just watched the press conference by family members of Jorge Gomez and their attorney to respond to the fact-finding of the review of Gomez's fatal shooting by Las Vegas Metro police officers during a protest in June. We will continue to follow this developing story online at lvrj.com, and we will have an update for you for this evening at 7 p.m. You can also download our free RJ mobile app to get these news alerts sent straight to your phone. And as always, you can find us on Roku, Apple TV, and all of your favorite digital platforms. I'm Renee Semmerauer. Thank you for joining us.
You've been watching breaking news from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, sponsored by Michael Gaughan's South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa.